which is safeguarding@egbert.org. So we are hoping that we won't have any undesirable conduct or behavior, that we will all maintain professional boundaries that serves to protect us either from misunderstandings. Sometimes they can happen, misunderstandings that might cause perceptions that maybe are not true. So let's just maintain professional boundaries. They will protect you, but also protect Egbert as an organization, because all the participants who are here know that it's CAC and Egbert that has convened this workshop. Otherwise, we wish you a pleasant 2 days, and I hope I won't have to deal with any case. I'll be happy not to receive any, but in case you come across any, please don't remain silent. We have young people from She Leads who are attending. Kindly be nice to them. Can I just ask the youths from She Leads to stand up so that we can be seen? The young girls and women from She Leads. Not just She Leads, but also from our partners. So all the young people who are here, yes, kindly stand up. You can see them, kindly treat them well, be nice to them, respect them, and give them equal chances and opportunities, especially facilitators, to also, so that they can also share and air their voices and views. Otherwise, thank you so much. You can have your seats, and I wish you a pleasant 2 days here.
Thank you very much, Daniel. They say in Kenya, asante sana. It means thank you very much. Today is the first time I have seen when you call youth, they don't want to stand. But when you call them in other meetings, they stand so fast, you can't believe it. They can't believe it. Okay, so I'd like us to have some opening speeches, but before then, I want the technicians to help me move this banner to the podium, because it seems when people are taking the photos, it's looking very white. In the meantime, can we all stand, please? I feel like we have sat for a minute. This is like a 5-minute exercise as they move and stuff like that. Please say hi to somebody you don't know, and not the person seated next to you, because some countries came and they know each other. And you know, I know, some of them know that I don't know them, but some I know. Introduce yourself. You do this later, but what you do, your country. Oh, and if you're just standing, I'm seeing you. Those of you who are just standing, hoping that this moment will go, I can see you. Introduce yourself. Hello. Hi. And if you have introduced yourself to one person, introduce yourself to another. Say hi, introduce yourself. Say hi, introduce yourself. Different countries, different experiences. Let's go, let's go. Some people are just standing with their friends. Can you imagine? And then others are standing alone. I can see you who is standing alone. You introduce yourself to one person. Very nice. Now you can have a seat. So we can go back to our seats. We will do more introductions later. Put a pose, not a full stop. Put a pose. Put a pose. So now people are pretending they're not hearing me. Put a pose and sit. The act of sitting on your seat. Okay, so some people are pretending and they have a microphone and I can see them. I love this continent. I can see you, you're pretending you're not listening. that now you will continue to introduce yourself. I am very happy. Don't worry, you will do it at some point and it will be very engaging. This conference is going to be very engaging. Now, I would like to start with Willie from ECPAT. Willie Buloso. I hope I'm saying it right. He's the regional coordinator of ECPAT International. Please give him a clap as he comes. Makofi, meaning give him a clap.
Good morning. I do have a big voice. I don't think I will need a mic, but I will try to use it. My name is Willie Buloso. I'm the regional coordinator for Africa at ECPAT International. And first of all, I would like you to excuse my English. I just learned English at the university. I do speak French. I would prefer to read my speech in French, but anyway, there is no interpretation today. I will do my best to read the speech I've prepared for today. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to this African regional workshop on positive masculinity and the fight against gender-based violence. Allow me to begin by acknowledging and appreciating the presence of our high-level guests here in this room, Madam Ngomma, Permanent Secretary of the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action at the Ministry of Gender, Kenya. His Excellency Dr. Matthew Ocheng Owili, the Deputy Governor of Kisumu County. Honorable Dr. Nancy Bahaza, Chairperson of the Technical Working Group on Gender-Based Violence of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Milka Aheba, Chair, Mombasa County Women Caucus. Mrs. Antonia Ngambara Sodomo, Country Representative of UN Women Kenya Country Office. And all our partners, civil society representatives, girls and young women, SHIELD, and all partners from different organizations. Today, we are brought together by a common goal to challenge harmful gender norms. We gather here as advocates, change makers, policy makers from across 7 countries in Africa, each one bringing our specific perspective, experiences, and shared commitment to advance gender equality and ending violence in all its forms. ECPAT International, through the SHIELD Pan-African Program, is proud to co-host this important workshop alongside other partner organizations. Let me say something about ECPAT International. We are a global network of 120 civil society organizations in 105 countries globally, and we work together to end all forms of sexual exploitation of children, including sexual exploitation of children in travel and tourism, online child sexual exploitation, and trafficking of children for sexual purposes. We are based in Bangkok, Thailand, and then our African presence is here in Nairobi. I would love to welcome my 2 colleagues who are here. Edith, can you stand up, please? Daniel. Those are our Bangkok staff, but they are based here in Nairobi with me. Thank you so much. For SHIELD Pan-African Program, I think my colleagues' team will speak a little bit about SHIELD, but it's a very interesting program funded by the government of the Netherlands with the aim of amplifying the voices and leadership of girls and young women across the continent. The SHILIT program is being implemented in 7 countries in Eastern and Western African countries, mainly Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Mali, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. Together, ECPAD and the SHILIT Pan-African program are collaborating in a very holistic, multi-stakeholders approach to end gender-based violence and to promote positive masculinity, about mostly bringing policy change at the policy level and as well as at the societal level. I would like to close my opening remark by saying that positive masculinity is about empathy, it's about accountability, it's about partnership. I would like to say and here to invite men and boys who are here to take an active role in promoting safety, respect, and equality within their families, within their communities, and within different institutions. Once again, on behalf of all the organizers, I warmly welcome each one of you here, and I say thank you so much for your commitment to this workshop. Merci beaucoup.
So give him a real clap. Thank you very much. I would like to call Peggy Namadi Saka, who is going to represent CAC, which is a member to the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child. She's going to be representing Timothy Ekesa, who is the director. Karibu sana. If that stare is like dramatic, don't go up it. It is not a must, but falling you don't want. Karibu sana.
Okay. Good morning. As you've heard, my name is Peggy Namadi Saka. I work with Kenya Alliance for Advancement of Children as the regional coordinator for the Coast region, and I'm here to represent my executive director, Mr. Timothy Ekesa, who unfortunately is not able to be with us this early morning. I'm going to read his speech as written. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, on behalf of Kenya Alliance for Advancement of Children, that is CAC in short, its board management, and over 250 dedicated members, I extend every warm welcome to each of you. A special welcome goes to participants from outside Kenya, especially, and the girls and young women from the SHILIT and our partners who continue to inspire and drive our efforts forward. I think we need to appreciate the girls and young women who are here. This regional workshop, a collaborative initiative by CAC as the local partner of ECPAD International, ECPAD International itself, UN Women, Plan International, FEMNET, SCHCGA, Equality Now, and the SHILIT Consortium is a unique space we have created to foster dialogue and deepen our commitment to promoting positive masculinity and ending gender-based violence. Before we proceed, I invite you all to stand and observe a 1 minute of silence in memory of Fatma Hassoune, a 24-year-old Palestinian photojournalist and youth advocate from the SHILIT's MENA program. Fatma was tragically killed alongside her family in an Israeli airstrike on their home in Gaza on 16 April. In the same breath, I also want us to hold a minute of silence for Gala Aden Abdi, a 17-year-old refugee girl from Gaza. You all know the girl that was killed after being married off. I would like us to stand up and just offer a minute of silence for those two shades girls. Thank you. It's important that we remember them. Fatma's passion, courage, and dedication were a source of inspiration to many girls and young women, some of whom are with us today right here. May her soul rest in peace, and of course, that of Gala Aden Abdi. As many of you are aware, the Shibis project spans 9 countries, 7 in Africa, that is Kenya, Ethiopia, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ghana, Mali, and Uganda, and 2 in the Middle East, that is Lebanon and Palestine. Each contributing to a shared vision of empowered girls and resilient communities. I would like also to express my deep appreciation to our keynote speakers who have taken time out of their demanding schedules to be with us. Your presence affirms the growing importance of this conversation around positive masculinity, and your insights will undoubtedly enrich our shared journey. Let me also take this opportunity to reaffirm CAL's commitment, that is Kenya Alliance for Advancement of Children, commitment to working with like-minded partners to elevate the outcomes of this workshop to continental and global platforms, including the African Union and United Nations. With CAL holding observer status at the African Committee of Experts and the rights and welfare of the children, and through my role, that is my director's role, in the UN Human Rights Treaty bodies, particularly the UNCRC and CEDAW, we will strive to amplify these voices and recommendations, especially at the United Nations, as the United Nations marks its 80th
Thank you very much for that. And thank you for remembering those young ladies. I would like us to start with the opening remarks. And for those of us who are going to make opening remarks, you have about 5 to 7 minutes. The real 5 to 7 minutes. You know the ones for the UN? The ones that when you're talking, you read women. The ones when you're talking in a meeting, and then you think you really need to describe something, they put off the mic. So you continue to describe to yourself. And so you're looking like an animation. So 5 to 7 minutes so that we can keep time. We have a very tight program this morning. We're going to start with Miss Johari Lisa from Adolescent Girl Ambassador. Where is she? She's the Adolescent Girl Ambassador from ACHCGA. You tell us what it means. Karibu sana. Please give her a clap. A real clap. Yes, it's working, it's working.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Johai Lisa, and I'm representing the Africa Center for Health, Climate, and Gender Justice Alliance. I'm here to spread awareness on the fight for GBV and the importance of positive masculinity. Today, I'm here not just to give a speech, but to shine a light on our current situation. Too many girls and young women have passed on, and yet their lives have been recorded as mere statistics. But even more scary is that the challenges girls and young women face seem to not be a priority because gender-based violence seems to be normalized as breaking news. But I wanted to boldly state that this should not be the case. Violence against women and girls isn't some distant problem we read about. It's a real problem. It's in our schools, it's in our homes, and it's even in the public arenas. Currently, 33% of women aged between 15 and 49 have experienced intimate partner violences. It's astonishing that 15-year-olds are part of these statistics. Worse still, early marriages seem to be here to silence the dreams of many young girls and women. Because of rape, torture, and marriage, then where are we headed to? Where are our rights? And how are we supposed to look at masculinity? Has our society normalized victimization of women? Should we be allowed to only see men as the main attackers? Should we be okay to label men as wicked and twisted-minded individuals? I think not. There's a possibility for positive masculinity. We have the chance to make that choice. Yeah. And as you ponder about this, you should take note that for gender-based violence to reach a verdict, it takes 1,900 years. That is more than 5 years. 5 years for justice. 5 years for a girl to receive her justice. As you ponder about this, you should take note that since the beginning of this year alone, 129 women have been victims to GBV. These are only the ones we know about. There are so many countless unreported cases that we've never been told about because of the dark truth that they might reveal. As we draw our minds to the realities at hand, I would like you to know that this convention of ending violence against women and girls isn't just a meeting. It's a chance to rewrite our stories. Before I wind up, I wish to let you know about Gala Adenati. We just talked about her. She was a 17-year-old refugee girl murdered and her body set on fire for refusing to marry a 55-year-old man in Wajir County. The suspect in this case was released shortly afterwards without much trial. Imagine for a moment that was your sister, your friend, or even you. That could be any one of us here today. This isn't just a statistic. It's a tragedy that screams for change. We are not asking for pity. We're demanding justice. We're demanding that our voices, our lives, and our futures be valued. We are demanding a world where girls can grow into the powerful women they're meant to be. You want to make a change. Can we take back what every person deserves? Safety. Can this world not be a myth or an idea, but a reality that we live in? Can we get justice for these souls who died in agony for speaking up? Can we be the change for our girls and women right now, for the ones that came before us, so that the ones to come can live in a better world? Let this convention be a turning point. Let us leave here not with just words, but with action. Let this convention help us build a world where every girl and woman everywhere can live without the shadow of violence. Let us honor the memory of countless women and girls. So let's say enough is enough. Let us depart with action, with commitment. Why don't we start by urging member states to promptly ratify the African Union of Ending Violence Against Women and Girls? Let's leave with an unshakable belief that a violence-free Africa is not just a dream. It is our right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Johari. A violence-free Africa is possible. Thank you very much. I'd like to call Namani Ching, Acting Program and Partnership Manager, Plan International Kenya. Karibu sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name, as has been said, is Namani Ching, the Acting Country Program Partnerships Manager in Plan Kenya. I'm here to deliver the talking points for our country director, Mr. George Utin, who unfortunately was not able to grace this occasion today. And let me start by recognizing honorable guests who have graced this occasion. Ms. Anne Ngomma, Permanent Secretary, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, Ministry of Gender, Culture and Arts and Heritage. His Excellency Dr. Matthew Ochieng, Deputy Governor, Kisumu County, Honorable Catherine Ngomma, Senator, Parliament of Kenya, Honorable Milka Areva, Chair, Mombasa County Assembly Women's Society, Ms. Antonia Bala Sodonon, Country Representative, UN Women, Kenya Country Office, Honorable Dr. Nancy Baraza, Chairperson of the Technical Working Group on Gender-Based Violence in the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Larika Chilenge, Regional Program Associate, Women, Gender, Youth Directorate, Africa Union Commission, distinguished delegates, our partners, civil society representatives, youth advocates, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It is an honor to be part of this engagement on behalf of Plan International Kenya. Our mission is to end teen pregnancy and all forms of violence against girls, driven by our commitment to advance children's rights and achieving equality for girls, creating a world where every girl can thrive and exercise her rights. This regional workshop on positive masculinity in the fight against gender-based violence is critical, as it is aligned to including harmful gender norms, patriarchal systems, and unequal power relations. Over the years, we have rolled out targeted programming that places the rights, agency, and leadership of girls and young women at the center, while also engaging men and boys as allies and champions in gender justice. Today's dialogue is timely. It comes at a moment when we are witnessing rising trends in gender-based violence across the region, exacerbated by climate crisis, conflict, shrinking civic space, and digital harms. We gather not just to talk, but advocacy and movement below. Our recent engagement with youth-led organizations contributed to the strong youth inclusion in Kenya's gender-based violence policy framework. And policy, advocacy, and legal reform. At the national level, we continue to engage with government ministries, parliamentary committees, and other policy actors to influence gender-responsive legislation and budget allocations. We are also deeply involved in advocacy around ratification and implementation of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, with a support from our years in office to the African Union. This AU convention adopted in February 2025 during the AU Assembly is a bold, legally binding commitment by African states to end all forms of violence against women and girls, whether in homes, schools, workplaces, or digital places. It is the first instrument of its kind that centers the lived experience of African women and girls, and we cannot afford to let it sit idle. Therefore, on behalf of Plan International and all the girls and women we serve, I call on the government of Kenya to ratify this convention and take decisive steps towards its full implementation. Let us ensure that the rights enshrined in the convention translate into concrete protections, quality services, justice, and safe futures for every woman and girl, from the cities to the most remote villages in our country. We also extend our deepest appreciation to our partners and allies, ECPAT International, UN Women, Femnet, Equality Network, Kenya Alliance for the Advancement of Children's Rights, Gender is My Agenda Network, Horn of Africa Youth Network, and our own Plan International AU Liaison Office for their collaborative efforts in organizing this event. As we embark on this two-day workshop, I invite all of us to engage in open minds and bold hearts. Let us continue to work collaboratively across sectors, countries, and communities to build a society where positive masculinity thrives and where violence against women and girls is not tolerated, excused, or normalized, but actively confronted and effectively eliminated. Thank you all for your presence and your commitment and the important work you do every day. I wish you fruitful discussions and meaningful outcomes. May this be a turning point in our action and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. You're very lucky that your view was just at the high table, because I was literally walking slowly towards you. Just stand there and look at you and tell you, time. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome Ms. Antonio. Please allow me not to say your second names. I'm going to really kill them. Ms. Antonio is the country representative of UN Women Kenya. Please give her a clap. I really
Thank you. Asante sana, Madam Chair. Ms. Wasike Beatrice, representing Principal Secretary of State Department for Gender Affirmative Action, Ms. Anne Wambobe, Deputy Governor of Kisumu County, His Excellency Dr. Matthew Ochieng Owi, Honorable Dr. Anansi Barasa, Chair of the Technical Working Group on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, Country Director, Plan International Kenya, Mr. Otim George, represented, Mr. Mon cher frère, Monsieur Willy Boulosu, Coordinator Regional ECPAT International, honorable guests, young leaders, partners, and friends, good morning. My name is Antonia Ngabala-Sodono, and I am the UN Women representative to Kenya. As you know, UN Women is the UN organization that upholds women's and girls' human rights and ensure that every woman and girl live up to her full potential. It is both an honor and a deep personal privilege for me to join you today at this regional workshop on positive masculinity and the fight against gender-based violence, hosted by another leadership programs. Ladies and gentlemen, our ambassador, young youth ambassador, Lisa Johari, said it earlier. Gender-based violence remains one of the most pervasive violations of human rights globally and across our continent. Every day, women and girls face violence in their homes, communities, schools, workplaces, and online. Globally, it is a devastating human rights violation, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime. In Kenya, about 45% of women aged between 15 and 49 years old have experienced either physical or sexual violence. Moreover, femicide has become a national crisis. Every week, we wake to the horrific stories of women and girls brutally murdered, often by those closest to them. At this point, I want to really appreciate the Kenya government for its effort by establishing the technical working group on gender-based violence, headed by Honorable Bareza here present, and thank you, my sister, for being here. UN Women's engagement with the technical working group on gender-based violence and femicide reveals that weak enforcement of protection frameworks and deeply entrenched cultural misogyny and impunity continue to fuel the crisis. The reality is that justice remains out of reach for too many victims and survivors, sending a message of impunity to the perpetrators. Despite the progress we have made in policy, legislation, and advocacy, deeply entrenched patriarchal norms and unequal power structures continue to enable cycles of violence and discrimination. Dear participants, we are here today because we believe this must change, and that this change is not only possible, but inevitable if we work together. We are at a defining moment in our continental response to gender-based violence, and I'm happy to know that a representative of the Women and Gender Directorate of the Africa Union is here. In February 2024, the Africa Union adopted the Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, the AAU Convention. This is the first ever continental treaty fully dedicated to eliminating violence against women and girls, including emerging threats like technology-facilitated gender-based violence. UN Women urges Kenya and other AU member states to ratify and domesticate this convention as a matter of priority. This convention is more than a document. It offers a powerful framework to challenge social norms, and this workshop is a strategic platform to advance its ratification and implementation, while empowering girls, young women, and male allies to lead the change. The convention is a promise to our daughters, to our sisters, and future generations that we will not rest until safety, dignity, and equality are non-negotiable rights across the continent. Friends, last month the global community gathered at the CSW 69 in New York to review progress towards gender equality, 30 years after the Beijing Platform for Action. One of the key takeaways from CSW 69 was the recognition that engaging men and boys is central to achieving Sustainable Development Goal 5, SDG 5, on gender equality. I am happy to report that we in Kenya had already taken action. UN Women, together with the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action and other stakeholders on gender equality and women empowerment, facilitated in 2024 the development of the first draft of the National Male Engagement and Inclusion Strategy, because we knew that positive masculinity is a powerful tool in our collective journey towards gender justice. It calls on men and boys to reject harmful norms that equate manhood with dominance, aggression, or control. Instead, it promotes empathy, accountability, respect, and partnership. Positive masculinity challenges men to become allies, not only in words, but in action, to foster healthier relationships, to stand against violence, and to advocate for systems that are just, inclusive, and protective of all. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, this workshop brings together a vibrant and diverse group, from youth advocates to policymakers, civil society leaders to regional and international partners. We are here to share knowledge, build skills, and develop strategies that will move us from that dialogue to action. Let me commend the She-Leads program for its unwavering commitment to empowering girls and young women. The program continues to create space for young leaders to challenge social norms, claim their rights, and shape the decisions that affect their lives. Today's gathering is an extension of that mission. Over the next 2 days, together we will delve in the many layers of this work. We will deconstruct toxic masculinity and explore how it impacts leadership, policy making, and personal relationships. We will deepen our understanding of gender-based violence in both physical and digital spaces and address urgent issues such as online child sexual exploitation and abuse. We will build advocacy skills, equipping girls, young women, and youth at large to engage decision makers, influence policy, and push for the ratification of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. Importantly, we will foster intergenerational and cross-sector dialogue because transformation requires all of us. To the male allies joining us, thank you for showing up. May we clap them, please? This work cannot succeed without your commitment to unlearning, to listening, and to leading by example. To the young women and girls leaders present, your courage, clarity, and creativity inspire all of us. You are not the leaders of tomorrow, you are already leading today. In conclusion, this workshop is not just a convening, it is a call to action. Let us seize this moment to co-create a future where violence is no longer a shadow in the lives of women and girls, where masculinity uplifts rather than oppresses, and where digital and physical spaces are equally safe, inclusive, and empowering. Together, let us lead with purpose, let us lead with hope, let us lead with justice. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please give her a real clap. A real one. Thank you. We appreciate you. I would now like to welcome Honorable Dr. Nancy Makoha Baraza. She is the chairperson of the Technical Working Group on Gender-Based Violence of the Republic of Kenya. Please clap for her. I like that. Karibu sana Daktari. Karibu.
Good morning, everyone. Principal Secretary, State Department of Gender and Family, or High Representative, Deputy Governor, County Government of Kisumu, the Country Representative, UN Women, our own Antonia, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today at this critical regional workshop focusing on positive masculinity and the fight against gender-based violence, and I include femicide. I bring to you warm greetings on behalf of the Technical Working Group on GBV, including femicide, and I extend heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, partners, and all of you for your unwavering commitment to this cause. As many of you know, our Technical Working Group is not just any gathering. It is a meeting of experts, a collective of dedicated minds brought together with a clear and urgent mandate to develop and recommend actionable strategies to the President of the Republic of Kenya for addressing gender-based violence, including the alarming rise in femicide. The mandate, as highlighted in the Gazette notice of 10th January 2025, is to first identify trends, hotspots, and causes contributing to GBV and femicide, to analyze the adequacy of current legal and policy frameworks in addressing GBV, including femicide, to propose amendments to strengthen laws, improving enforcement, and close existing legislative gaps, to evaluate resource allocation, training levels, and operational effectiveness in managing prevention, response, support, and investigations related to the cases on GBV, including femicide, to conduct community engagements to gather input on solutions to combat GBV, including femicide. To provide actionable recommendations on prevention, investigation, prosecution, and survivor support mechanisms in GBV and femicide cases. To examine the role of social media coverage on GBV and femicide, including its influence on public perception, awareness, and policy making. Identify psychological issues related to the commission of crimes associated with GBV and femicide. Establish socioeconomic challenges contributing and exacerbating to the commission of GBV and femicide, and finally to recommend proposals to strengthen family ties, foster harmonious coexistence among family members, and develop social structures that support the resolution of domestic disputes. This is a task we take on with deep responsibility, knowing the gravity of the challenge that we as the TWG face. As we gather here in Nairobi, we do so with a shared purpose, which is to challenge the status quo, to dismantle the harmful norms and practices that perpetuate violence, and to reimagine what it means to be a man in our societies. Gender-based violence continues to be one of the most pervasive human rights violations in the world. It affects millions of women and girls every year, robbing them their dignity, freedom, and too often their lives. According to the Kenya Demographic and Health Survey 2022, 34% of women aged between 15 to 49 have experienced physical violence, and 13% have faced sexual violence at some point in their lives. And beyond these statistics are real people, our sisters, daughters, mothers, neighbors, and friends whose lives are forever altered. Femicide, the most extreme manifestation of GBV, has become alarmingly common in many of our Kenyan communities, and behind every statistic is a name, a story, a family forever changed. Our work at the Technical Working Group is grounded on the belief that prevention is not only possible, but also essential. And to truly prevent GBV, we must address its root causes, patriarchal systems, unequal power dynamics, and harmful gender norms. We gather here today not to despair, but to act. This workshop signals a shift in the conversation, from reactive to proactive, from punitive to preventive, and most importantly, from silence to speaking out. Now, positive masculinity is not about diminishing men. It is about redefining strength as compassion, power as responsibility, and leadership as partnership. It is about creating space for boys and men to express vulnerability, let our men and boys cry, to reject violence, and to become allies in the fight for equality and justice. Positive masculinity is one of the most powerful tools we have in this fight. It challenges the traditional norms that equate masculinity with dominance and control. It calls on men to reject violence, to embrace empathy, and to see gender equality not as a threat, but as a shared benefit. We must actively involve men and boys, not as bystanders, but as champions for change. We must work with traditional and religious leaders, with fathers, teachers, artists, and athletes, because culture is shaped in everyday interactions and in the stories we tell ourselves and each other. We must say this clearly as a country. GBV is a national security issue. When citizens, half of whom are women and girls, cannot move freely, access education, pursue economic opportunities, or feel safe in their homes, the very fabric of our society is under threat. GBV perpetuates cycles of poverty, fuels inequality, and builds environments where extremism and lawlessness can thrive. Ensuring the safety of women and girls is not only a moral imperative, but also essential for national peace, stability, and development. When half of our population lives in fear, unable to participate fully in economic, social, and political life, our nation's development is hindered. GBV undermines public health. It strains our justice system and impedes economic growth. Addressing GBV is not only a moral imperative, but a strategic necessity for national stability and prosperity. Repercussions on GBV extend beyond individual victims. Families are torn apart. Communities are destabilized. And communities are destabilized. Communities are destabilized and the social fabric of our nation is weakened. Children who witness violence are more likely to perpetuate or suffer from it in the future, perpetuating it a cycle of trauma and dysfunction. As chairperson of Team WG, I affirm our commitment to this cause. We will advocate for strong policies, survival-centered approaches, and inclusive programming in our recommendations to His Excellency the President. We will push for accountability, for data-driven interventions, and for the meaningful participation of youth and grassroots organizations in programming and interventions for GBV, including femicide. Again, as TWG, we believe that the government and as a country, we cannot do it alone. Our strength lies in collaboration, in the partnerships we forge across borders, sectors, and communities. Our technical working group is committed to recommending embedding positive masculinity in our national strategies. And part of our advisory includes advocating for integrated approaches that involve education, community leadership, faith-based institutions, and the media. We believe that change is possible and that it must begin with each one of us. This workshop serves as a beacon of hope and a catalyst for change. By bringing together youth advocates, gender experts, and policymakers, we are fostering a collaborative environment to exchange knowledge, build capacity, and strategize effective advocacy efforts, equipping participants with the tools and insights necessary to promote positive masculinity, advance gender equality, and implement comprehensive strategies to curb GBV is necessary. To the youth advocates in this room, you are not the leaders of tomorrow, you are the leaders of now, and seize the occasion. As you have continued to do, and we appreciate you. Your energy, ideas, and courage are vital in shifting the narrative. Sometimes I say we the old have lost the narrative. You will shift that narrative in disrupting cycles of violence and building a more just society. To gender experts, your evidence, your lived experiences, and your technical expertise are essential in crafting effective survivor-centered policies. To the policy makers in the room, your decisions shape the systems that either protect or fail our people. Let us ensure that every policy we make reflects the urgent need for prevention and protection and accountability. Let us live here not just inspired, but empowered, to challenge harmful norms, to speak out, and to act boldly in the pursuit of a world free from GBV. Together, we can build safer, more just, and more equitable societies for everyone. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ari. I think something that every time I listen to her, I get something. Culture is shaped by our everyday stories that we tell each other. Do we agree? That means we can create a different narrative. I would like to call His Excellency Dr. Matthew Ochieng Owili, the Deputy Governor of Kisumu. And as he comes, I would like to recognize the presence of Dr. Josephine Obonyo, Secretary Gender from the State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action. She is going to be representing the Permanent Secretary who is engaged elsewhere. Karibu sana, Daktari Josephine, and welcome, Daktari.
Thank you very much. My name is Matthew Ochieng Owili. I deputy as the governor of the county of Kisumu, Professor Peter Anyanyo. So the permanent secretary of the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action in the Ministry of Gender, Culture, the Arts and the Heritage in Kenya, who is very ably represented. The chairperson of the Technical Working Group on Gender-Based Violence in the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Dr. Nancy Barasa. We appreciate you, not just now, but for the work that you've done over time, standing in the gap for the people of Kenya. The County Representative UN Women County Office, the Honorable Antonia Gabala, she spoke here earlier, the County Director, Plan International, George Otin, the Regional Coordinator, ECPAT International, Mr. Willie Buloso. We have here the Team Director, Kenya Alliance for the Advancement of Children, Timothy Wekesa, FEMNET Executive Director, Memory Kachambwa, our very distinguished guests and policy makers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a privilege to join you in this very transformative workshop. I stand here not only as the Deputy Governor of the County of Kisumu, but also as a father, a brother, a son, and most importantly, a very unapologetic ally of the girl child and the young woman fighting to take up a rightful place in this world. This gathering is not just a conference, ladies and gentlemen. It is a moment of reckoning and reaffirmation. We are here to declare with one voice that the empowerment of girls and young women is not optional. It is essential. It is fundamental to the progress of our communities, our nations, and our continent. Allow me to extend a heartfelt welcome today to distinguished delegates coming from Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Mali. Let's give them a round of applause. Now, your presence here is a powerful symbol of Pan-African solidarity in this shared fight for dignity, equality, and justice. To the spirited young people from Kenya, and especially from Kisumu, where I work, and Ngomma Bay, your energy, your dreams, and your courage fuel the hope of this entire country. We are very proud of you. Kenya, as you all know, is grappling with deepening gender-based violence crisis. Nearly 40% of Kenyan women aged between 15 and 49, in one way or another, have experienced physical or sexual violence, according to recent statistics. Yet these numbers likely understate the true scale, obscured by stigma, which we know still exists, and also fear and what we call systemic silence. Now, GBV no longer hides in shadows. It thrives in the open. It's present in our homes. It is masked as discipline in our schools. It is framed as tradition in our workplaces. And then it is also buried in silence. And on online platforms where girls and young women are harassed, dogs and literally violated without any consequence. At the heart of this violence is an ideology an ideology warped, outdated, and deeply harmful script of masculinity. One that teaches boys and young men that vulnerability is a weakness, that empathy is unmanly, and that a man's worth is defined by how much control he exerts, not how much respect he gives. This toxic script is killing our girls and is also damaging our boys. It is time we rewrite it. Ladies and gentlemen, ending gender-based violence isn't just a woman's fight. It is a societal reckoning, and it begins with men showing up differently. Positive masculinity is not about making men less masculine. It's not about redefining strength, from dominance to dignity, from control to compassion. It encourages men to be protectors, not to be perpetrators, to build rather than to break, and to lead with empathy instead of ego. Where toxic masculinity breeds silence, shame, and violence, positive masculinity champions accountability, equality, and respect. It teaches boys that being a man is not about how loud you are, but how safe others feel around you. In Kisumu, for example, we are pioneering school-based mentorship programs and baraza forums that challenge boys and men to rethink what strength actually means. We have established gender technical working groups in all our 8 sub-counties. They are not token committees. They are active agents of change that bring survivors, community leaders, and young people together to co-create solutions. In all this, let us continue to invest in the creative power of our youth and recognize the arts not just as an enrichment, but as an essential to building a just and compassionate society. And I must say that I was very impressed about the performance that they had here this morning. And the young girl who performed here was particularly exemplary. And Dr. Baraza, I know you're here with the peer representative. I think we need to let the young people be. Yeah? And if there's any message that should come out of this gathering here today, that the young people of Kenya first, then Africa, then the world should be led to be. I remember when I was growing up, there are all these books and all these plays. They have always been there. You think about a play like Betrayal in the City. It may not be so different from what we had here the other day. If then there was no crackdown on these young people, why should we, in this day and age, crack down on the young ones who are actually extremely innocent? Now, through storytelling, through music, through drama and dance, we find a mirror to our society, one that exposes injustice, celebrates resilience, and reimagines what is impossible and possible. Art can dismantle harmful norms, it can uplift unheard voices, and instill values of respect, equality, and dignity. We in Kisumu County have refused to be passive. We have taken a stand and we are walking the talk. Let us join hands, collaborate, and end what we call the GBV stigma. In 2019, we became the second county in Kenya to adopt a comprehensive sexual and gender-based violence policy. The policy did not just check a box. It built a framework. It ensured that survivors are believed, are protected, and are supported, while perpetrators are held accountable without delay. Just a few days ago, we signed a pivotal MOU with Action Aid International to establish Kisumu's first GBV Resource Center, a safe haven that will offer comprehensive services for survivors. We have also been privileged to partner with visionary organizations like Kemet, Kefiado, Plan International, and Ofemet. There are many others that champion and champions like yourselves who are boldly advancing the cause of social justice and gender equality. By engaging men and young boys as allies, mentors and advocates, we are dismantling harmful norms and building communities where girls can thrive without fear and without limits. Because the fight against GBV is not about overpowering men, it is about empowering everyone. Let us have this space let us leave this space not just informed, but also ignited. Let us dismantle the walls of toxic masculinity, brick by brick, while building bridges towards dignity, equality, and shared leadership. If we want a society, we cannot merely empower women, we must rewrite our men as well. As we gather here today, united in purpose, anchored in justice, I offer this challenge to all of us. Let us push for the ratification and full implementation of the African Union's Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. Because words on paper mean nothing if they don't become action on the ground. In closing, allow me to extend a heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors, Feminet, GIMAC, ECPAT International, Plan International, AU Liaison Office, and the UN Women, for your very steadfast commitment to gender equality, child protection, and the empowerment of girls and women. Your support goes beyond funding. It is a shared declaration that every girl decides to grow up in a safe, respected, and is free to live just like any other person. To Feminet and GIMAC, we thank you for driving policy and amplifying African women's voices. To ECPAT International for defending the dignity of the vulnerable children. To Plan International AU Liaison Office for opening up space for girls to thrive. And to UN Women for championing equality on every front. I look forward, ladies and gentlemen, to having these discussions in our vibrant Lakeside City, where action meets advocacy and where movements are not just imagined but are ignited. Kisumu's journey is still unfolding, but we have proof that with political will, grassroots power, and unwavering commitment, change is not only possible, but it is inevitable. I look forward, ladies and gentlemen, to a very great conversation today, okay, and for the next one other day. And I was told that the PAs cannot speak before a meeting is officially opened, so I was asked, and I hope that is what it is, that I declare this meeting officially open and then get back the program to her. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Daktari. We really appreciate your presence. I like what you said, that GBV no longer hides in the shadows. We agree? So now, everybody has a pen and paper before we welcome Secretary from Gender, Dr. Josephine Obonyo. Just a minute, just for a minute. Where are your papers and pens? Or they disappeared? And if you don't have, please raise your hand so that they can help you. And pens. This is going to help us later. We're going to be online shortly, just before, just after the secretary from the State Department of Gender, just after she speaks, we're going to have a launch. And it's a very interesting report. We will need these hashtags. Please write hashtag positive masculinity KE, hashtag positive masculinity KE, because we're going to go online, and then hashtag positive masculinity, hashtag positive masculinity, and the last one is hashtag act now. Hashtag act now. Please keep that very close at some point. And even as we go on with the meeting, I would like for us to go online and begin to do some messaging. although we're going to curate time specifically for that in a little while. I would now like to welcome the Secretary, Dr. Josephine Obonyo, Secretary from the State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action and the Ministry of Gender, Culture, the Arts and Heritage, Kenya. She's representing the PS. Karibu sana. Please give her a real clap. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Dr. Matthew Owili, Deputy Governor, Kisumu County, Honorable Dr. Nancy Baraza, Chairperson of the Technical Working Group on Gender-Based Violence, the Republic of Kenya, Country Representative UN Women, Santonia Sodonon, Country Director, Plan International, Mr. Otim George, Representative of Adolescent Girls, that is Adolescent Girls Ambassador, Ms. Johari Lisa, Regional Coordinator, EdPact International, and Director, KAACR, Member of UN Committee, Mr. Tim Ekesa. Ladies and gentlemen, all represented, all protocols observed, good morning. My name is Dr. Josephine Obonyo, Secretary Gender at the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. I bring greetings from the Principal Secretary, Madam Ngomma. And before I deliver her speech, first and foremost, I would like to welcome all delegates who are not from this country to our beloved country, Kenya. Karibuni sana. And secondly, is just to give a little background so that you can understand who we are as the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. Now, as part of the Beijing Platform for Action, one of the 12 critical areas was to ensure that we have appropriate mechanisms for gender mainstreaming. And as a country, we've achieved that by ensuring that we have a ministry that is dedicated to issues gender and affirmative action. And therefore, we have the Ministry of Gender, Culture, the Arts and Heritage, and within that ministry, we have two state departments. One is the State Department for Culture, the Arts and Heritage, and also the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, which is headed by the Principal Secretary, Madam Ngomma, whom I deputize as the Secretary Gender. Now, I would like to also appreciate each and every partner who is here and who has been able to support this activity today, because clearly each and every of these organizations support the activities of the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. Now, we have different directorates within the State Department for Gender, but 4 major technical directorates that address issues gender. Now, one of the directorates addresses gender mainstreaming in general, that is a Gender Balance and Equality Directorate. And then we have a directorate that deals with issues, policy and normative frameworks, and ensuring that all treaties and conventions are able to be domesticated in our country. And then we have 2 others that are pivotal today in our activity that we're having in this workshop. Now, one of them is the GBV, Anti-Gender-Based Violence Directorate, and then we also have one that deals with socioeconomic empowerment and financial inclusion of women. Now, besides that, as a State Department, we also are secretaries and we coordinate gender technical sector working groups at the national level and at the county level, and also in a few counties we've moved to the sub-county level. Now we have 5 thematic sector working groups, technical sector working groups on gender. Now one of them is gender-based violence, technical sector working group. The other one is women in leadership, technical working groups. And then the other one is socioeconomic empowerment, technical working group. And then we have the youngest, male engagement,
technical working group, and also women, peace and security. And not to mention also at the national level where we have development partners technical working group in which the secretary, the principal secretary is a co-chair. And this is just to show you the holistic nature in which as a government we address issues around gender. Now, particularly regarding gender-based violence, as a government, definitely, it's already been indicated here also by the previous speaker on ensuring that issues around gender-based violence are addressed appropriately through the task force that we've just been informed about. Now with that, allow me now to give the speech by the Principal Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. I am happy to welcome all foreign delegates to this great nation of Kenya, and also to welcome all participants to this important workshop. This workshop is meant to convene on around goals to deliberate on positive masculinity and fight against gender-based violence, which has reared its head in our country, Kenya. This initiative represents a significant stride in our shared pursuit of justice and the protection of fundamental rights for all Kenyans. The State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action value the commitment by not only FAWE, but all its partners who have co-sponsored this activity and also are participating in promoting gender equality and supporting the empowerment of women and girls through education and training, and also highlighting issues around positive masculinity. We are pleased to learn significant progress that FAWE and its partners have achieved through Breakthrough Alliance program in advocating the rights and safety of women and girls across the African continent. The development of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls in 2024 is a notable one. This landmark convention, now adopted by the AU heads of states and government in February 2025, is a critical step towards addressing gender-based violence and advancing gender equality in not only Kenya, but across Africa. Gender-based violence remains a grave issue affecting individuals, particularly girls and women, across all sectors in Africa. It does not discriminate irrespective of race, age, color, religion, or creed. Unfortunately, this pervasive issue continues to pose one of the most pressing inequality in education, economic is a big step to achieving SDG 5 on gender equality. It also addresses gender inequality and gender-based violence that undermines the fundamental principles enshrined in the Constitution, particularly those outlined in the Bill of Rights, thereby guaranteeing that is committed to the rule of law. It is incumbent upon us to ensure that this constitutional education and economic empowerment for this regional workshop will deepen understanding and advocacy among youth advocates, partners and stakeholders across Africa to inform also the ratification of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, and also enhancing positive masculinity. These will reflect our commitment to ensuring gender equality and women empowerment, and also enhancing the right of girls in our society. In conclusion, I extend my deepest appreciation to not just FAWE, but to all partners for supporting this workshop and also in addressing issues around the condition and position of girls and women in society. together, let us work towards creating a safer and more just society, and also ensuring that women and girls are safe in all spheres of society. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and I thank you.
Okay, so a real clap. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we're about to go for our tea break, but just before that, we are going to have the launch of the Girls and Young Women-led assessment report on OSEA, which is Online Sexual Exploitation and Abuse, and Tech-Facilitated GBV. And the facilitators are Feni Ogebo and Betty Habene, who are She Leads Young Women Advocates. And I can see the She Leads people here. You're really giving them hearty claps. So as they all right, young people, okay. So as they begin, we want to run a short video. It's really short. I think it's a minute or nearly 2 minutes. Tech, please help us with that. Karibuni, Feni, and Betty.
Okay, since we're in Kenya, I'm going to say Asante Sana. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Allow me to invite two of our fellow KYWs who also sit at the Pan-African Board to come and stand with us here as we are going to do our presentation. So before we go to the video, I want to first of all have ourselves introduced. Then after introduction, I'll give you people a brief background about this research, and then why we feel it was important to us as girls and young women. Me speaking, I'm Habene Betty, and I'm a young woman advocate under the mentorship of Ngomma, which implements She Leads in my district, that is Vidiri, and being led by Teredes from the Netherlands. I was part of the first cohort of the Pan-African She Leads Board. I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are looking so timid. So in She Leads, when I say She Leads, you say it's a good side of life. For us, that is how we define She Leads. She Leads? She Leads? You guys are so funny. See, we close this conference, we go home. We are in a girls and young women space. We can't be that boring. She Leads? Please, when we are serving tea, only this side will serve tea. Anyway, my name is Feni Ogebo. I am the president of Girls and Young Women's Movement in Kenya, and I'm also a founder and executive director of Educating Girls and Boys Initiative. And I am happy to be here, looking forward for a fruitful discussion together with all of us. And I'm also the first cohort GYW representative at the Pan-African level, and happy to be with my fellow GYW. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Sylvia Claire Akon. I think I'm part of the second cohort of the Pan-African Board, and from Uganda. I'm very grateful to be here because it's my first time in such a space. And I am from Girl Up Initiative Uganda, but it's under Teredes Homes. I'm excited. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruksarit. I'm from Ethiopia. So I would like to say Salam Denachu in Hamarik. So it's a pleasure to be here. So I'm glad to see that the government representative and other non-governmental institutions taking this kind of initiative to fight gender-based violence. So this is a long process, and it's a collaborative effort to end gender-based violence. So I take a great lessons from the welcoming remarks and opening speech. So I understand that we are not a leader for tomorrows, we are a leader of now. So I am from the first cohort of the Girls and Young Women Advisory Board from Ethiopia. So I am glad to for the research to launch here. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. This research started as a story, or started as a discussion between girls and young women. That is the first cohort and the second cohort. So we realized that we are in a generation of artificial intelligence. You're going to agree with me and agree with my little sister who presented the poem here. Now children are interfacing with the internet, but now the measures of mitigating the challenges that they are facing are not put into consideration. So we had a number of activities, we had a number of consultation meetings, both at country level, because the project was the research was conducted in the 7 Shillings implementing countries. So during our consultations, we tend to learn about a lot of issues that young people are facing online. We had body shaming, we had cyberbullying, we had like a lot of issues that they were facing. So we decided to come up with the key findings, the recommendations that we agreed that we are going to present to different stakeholders, especially the media houses, for example, Google, for example, TikTok, Snapchat, because they are the ones that come up with these policies. So before we go into the videos, that is the brief background about the research, and you're going to also learn about the recommendations and the key findings that we came up with. May we have the video shared?
Objectives or aims as to why this research was carried out. So, firstly, it was to address the research gap, which is the existing research landscape on online child sexual exploitation and abuse, and online violence often lacks sufficient disaggregation by gender to assess the specific experiences of girls and young women. The primary objective of this assessment is to fill this gap and shed light on the experiences of girls and technology-facilitated gender-based violence in Africa. Secondly, it is to understand the impact of online sexual exploitation and abuse on girls and young women. The hindrance faced by girls and young women in participating in virtuous platforms due to multiple online risks underscores the urgency and importance of this assessment. The assessment aims to gain a comprehensive understanding of the impact
of these online risks on girls and young women in Africa. Thirdly, generating evidence-based advocacy, the collaborative efforts of girls and young women across the 7 countries where the She Leads program operates holds promise in generating comprehensive data, and the assessment strives to inform policies and interventions that promote their safety, well-being, and empowerment in the digital space. A data collection strategy has been developed by the girls and young women that incorporate various methods of gathering insights and information on online child sexual exploitation, cyberbullying, and cybercrime in the 7 countries. One of these strategies were online surveys, which gathered anonymous responses from 109 girls and young women aged 15 to 24 to identify problems and countermeasures in schools and universities. The other strategy was literature review, which is examine existing policies, laws, cybersecurity acts, research, and legal frameworks on online child sexual exploitation and abuse. Key informant interviews were also carried out, conducting key informant interviews with 100 stakeholders from government agencies and civil society organizations working in the field of ASEA, cyberbullying, and cybercrime. And finally, the assessment was entirely led and implemented by girls and young women, reflecting their direct experiences and perspectives. It is also important to note that the assessment has limitations in terms of data collection, scope, and analysis. The findings do not aim to be comprehensive academic research, but rather an assessment offering valuable insights based on the lived experiences of girls and young women across the 7 countries in Africa. The purpose of this work is to provide a starting point for engaging policymakers and raising awareness on online sexual exploitation and technology-facilitated gender-based violence, emphasizing the urgent need for action in these areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those are the objectives of the research. And now I'll give the findings on what the girls and young women were able to find out. One was on normalization of gender-based violence online. Most of us see it as something that's normal, it's common. Someone will text you and they're not part of your contact, only they're part of your network. At the end of the day, they violate you and it becomes normal, you ignore and move on. But there are those who even go beyond that affects, not only mentally, but socially. The next one is on social stigma, which is, again, another gap that was found. And for more learnings into our report, you can as well look into it. And then also awareness of ASEA is not generally taken into consideration. And then we also have reporting of the offenders. At times, yes, we might be reporting, but we do not get the feedback at the end. Because, give an example of me, there's someone who violated me online, I reported, but I've never gotten a response. Was the offender arrested? Was there anything that took place after I had reported? So some of the recommendations of the girls and young women is charity begins at home. So it is important for us to begin with the schools. We need to create programs within our school systems that help us to integrate GBV in our curriculum, and also just informing some of our parents. Parents, hi. I know some of us are baby boomers, we only love Facebook, but now we have to force ourselves to learn TikTok, Instagram, and all these other social media handles for us to be able to monitor and see what our children are watching, and even some of the things that they're engaging in online. And then we also have the role of the CSO, which is to collaborate with the GYWs, the girls and young women, for them to be able to monitor, implement, and curate some of the innovative ideas for us to be able to help the generation that is in and the one that is coming. And then we also have our final recommendation to the government and our stakeholders. We need to implement, we need to strengthen some of the policies that we have, because then if we do not implement like our Honorable Governor has just said, some of the policies and the documents that are written should not only live in papers, but should actually live in reality. Thank you.
So as we are going into the launch of our report, that supported us to have this report into action. So this report was not written in isolation. It is the result of shared vision, collective wisdom, and powerful partnerships. Partnerships that believed in the potentials of young women to lead meaningful change. While we are proud to be the authors of this journey, it would not have been possible without the unwavering support of the Shirik's partners. Please clap for them. We begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to a young woman who has been the heartbeat of this process, that is Bilisuma. If you're near Bilisuma, you can give her a hug. So, Bilisuma, a youth engagement officer at Plan International, AU Liaison Office. Beyond her role, she has been the biggest supporter and our guide and a motivator. From the beginning, she has been our anchor. Always available, incredibly supportive, and someone who feels truly close to you. This research idea was once just a spark, and she was the one who helped turn the research idea into a fully fledged report. We announce you today. Her passion for empowering girls and young women is real, and we honestly couldn't have done this without her. Thank you so much, Lucia. We are also truly grateful to Winnie and the entire ECPAT team. Winnie, you're most welcome in front to do the great thing. From day one, they gave us 100% of their support, including budget support, technical guidance, and coordination. They also believed in our ideas to the extent that they facilitated the national consultation meetings. They even facilitated the conference on online child sexual exploitation and abuse in we meet all the target stakeholders to present our issues too. So they believed in our ideas, trusted our capacity to lead it, and stood beside us the whole way, organizing consultations, hiring a consultant to assist us, and ensuring we had what we needed to succeed. Your faith in us means the world. Thank you so much. And my appreciation also goes to Nene from Telnet. Nene, you can join us. For your wonderful support and collaboration during this process. And finally, to all the incredible representatives from our Shieldings project, those are the partner organizations. We see you and we thank you. Musoki from Telnet, we are really grateful. Zemzem from Plan International, AU Liaison, we are grateful. Sophie from TDH, we are so happy to have you here. Karen from GMAC Network, Joan from Horn of Africa Youth Network, and Daniel from ECPAT International. Your partnership, advocacy, and encouragement has been an instrumental in bringing this report to life. Thank you so much. Please join us on the stage as we celebrate not just the launch of the report, but the success of a powerful collaboration. This is your win as much as it is ours. So we are going into a launch. Then after launch, I request all the people recognized to come in front as we are launching our research.
So additionally, as this research is being launched, I would like to call to the front, because they're going to help us cut the ribbons, His Excellency Deputy Governor Dr. Matthew Owili, Honorable Dr. Nancy Baraza, Miss Antonia, Dr. Josephine Obono, tafadhali just you can stand there, And then, okay, so I have been asked, so the photographers, you can help us with this, so that then we know how to balance it, and the ladies, you know how to go about it. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll request Femi, Ilisuma, Nene, Willie to hold the reports as our high-level delegates, our stakeholders are going to support us officially at the report. So I'll call upon each stakeholder to come where there is a book and hold a scissor as we are going to officially launch our research.
Okay, and I'm being told you launch it on the podium. The photographer says, yes, they say it is better, it has a better visual because of the photographers. Please arrange us, and Fanny and Betty with the rest.
Okay, I'm not sorry, you're going to support us. Yes, they are going to cut. So I'll call upon you to have the scissors.
Yes, that was the plan. That was like the plan. Okay, we can start moving towards the podium. Betty and Fanny, please help us with the honorables that are supposed to cut.
Okay, I'll call one honorable to go. Please go where you're seeing the report and support us. Thank you so much. Now our research is officially launched, and you can have a copy. You get to know what the girls and young women came up with. So I'll call upon all the youth advocates, because this wasn't only an effort of the girls and young women at the Pan-African Board, but we also had national level consultation meetings where we had our LGBTQs take part in the research. So I'm going to invite you.
So Betty, is anybody going to their seats now?
We must have a good photo.
Okay.
Then we invite the youth leaders, the advocates to also join us for a good photo.
Okay, the youth advocates.
We shall have all the Shillings youth advocates join us for a good photo.
Technical people, I hope the podium is very strong to hold 100 people. It is strong.
Thank you. We can take our seats.
For my photographers, thank you. Please give them a hand. Please clap for them. And before any of our dignitaries leave, because I know they really are pressed for time, we need to have a group photo before we go for tea. I would like for the photographers to help us with that. A brief moment of a group photo before we do tea, before our honorables leave to attend to other duties. So where do we want us? Okay. All right, so I think we will need to be at the podium and some seats can be placed at the front. This is a very This is a very huge number. How do we manage it? Help us with the photography, please. Okay, please, everyone, please stand up and let's get photos. Get a group photo. We might have to do it twice. 2 different groups. Or, yeah, because of the number. Okay, so can we have this side? Please stand up, please stand up, please stand up. The act of standing up and leaving your phone and your laptop and going to the front. We need a group photo. Photographers, help us. Do we all go on the podium or you want us to have seats? We can stand. Okay, some people down and some people. So everyone on this side, please make your way to the podium, please. Like walk to the podium, you know, like the act of walking to the podium. Including those who are smiling and just looking at me. Yeah, you get to the podium, the act of walking to the podium and up the podium, others on the ones who are newsflash people stand at the front, the others go up there. I forgot. Don't worry, it is going to come. I was. Okay, please let's go. If we can, I think the more we can. Photographers, help me. Photographers, help us, help us, help us. And the report, you're going to be given a QR code. By evening, you can be able to download it, and 2 copies are on your table. Photographers, help us with the crowd control. We are taking photos now. Yeah. In case you missed that one. And that's beautiful there. In case you missed it, we are taking photos. Michael Guitarra, I can see you. Move, the act of moving. Tell us if you're going to divide us in 2 groups, photographers, or how we're going to do this. Well, okay, so photographers, will we manage this or do some people step aside so that we have 2 groups? How do you want us to do it? Or it's okay the way it is? Okay. If you know you're not in the photography area, ask yourself why. Because I can see you. The photography is happening this side. This side. If you're on this side, what are you doing on this side? Ask yourself quietly why I'm on this side, unless I'm a photographer. And there are people who are strategizing and they are very busy and they are not photographers. Hi, are you a photographer? Okay. Start somewhere there. You will be found. The others who are, more newsflash than you. So if you're standing on this side and you're not a photographer or sitting, why are you on this side? Are you a strategist? Are you supposed to be here? Go find a place. Yes. No, they'll tell you if they can't see you. Huh? Oh, okay. Huh? Oh, okay. Okay, that guy who is on phone, in a pink shirt, in a dark jacket, welcome to the photography side. If you have just come in, that is not the side of the photograph. This is, if you're not a photographer, come back here. Yes, yes, yes. Come in, please. That's not the side of the photograph. Sorry, I had to call her. Okay. Okay, ready? There we go. Wait, start, wait. There's a video. Please take the videographer.
Okay, I'll count in 3, 2, 1, and then you just raise up your arms and maybe say she leads. As you say that, just before you put your hands down, ensure that the other end, because I will be doing a curve move, okay? So when I reach here, I'll call out on you to say she leads, you need to answer, okay?
Bilisuma and Willie.
And I'm the founder and executive director of an organization known as Men and FGM Foundation. I know that's a unique name from different perspectives. I've been told to set the stage for this gathering by defining and trying to understand masculinities. Yesterday evening, we had a big catch up with my co-facilitator for this, and we thought, how do we go about this session? Do we go for the textbook definitions? Do we do PowerPoint presentations and all these things? But we thought it's good that we speak from our heart. So I'll be sharing the story of Men and FGM, sharing about my own story, at the same time trying to highlight where we have traits of positive masculinity and how we can be able to promote the same, or how have we been able to do the same in the spaces that we work in. So sometimes back, around 2012, that's a long time ago, especially for the young women leaders and the young youth in the house, maybe some were not yet born, I got an opportunity to volunteer in one of the organizations working with other refugees in Nairobi. I will not go into details of the organization. And while doing the volunteer work, UNHCR felt there was a need to sensitize urban refugees on female genital mutilation, because we have the new law in Kenya, the Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act of October 2011. And it was necessary for everyone to be aware of this law, because it's applicable to everyone, the refugees and all the citizens of Kenya. So while doing that volunteer work, I happened to be the best volunteer. We were a couple of us in the organization, like 5 of us. And then I just received a phone call one day, it was on a Thursday, and I was told, sorry, you're no longer a volunteer, but we're giving you a job as a program assistant for ending FGM project. For me, I was just puzzled because I was just wondering, what is this FGM all about? I just had it mentioned in the university as one of the harmful practices that exist in different communities in Kenya. And I also come from an FGM practicing community, but coming from the family that I came from, my sister, I have one sister, and we have 4 brothers. My sister never married herself. So my former boss had to send me a lot of materials for me to enlighten myself on what this FGM is all about. And then the turning point for me, we went to the city and we were having a conversation with men of Somali origin. We have a couple of refugees staying in Eastleigh, Nairobi. And the person was supposed to moderate the dialogue that day, did not show up, so I had to step in as a project assistant. And I listened to the Somali men and their stories about their spouses who had undergone female genital mutilation. I just give a few examples of what they say. So one man says, the stipend you're giving me is not helping me to buy food and the things that I'm supposed to do, because every now and then my wife has complications and I have to take her to the hospital, so I'm utilizing that money. Another one comes up and says, I'll be honest with you, I rarely get intimate with my wife because anytime I try to touch her, she's traumatized. Because you know, the Somali women, especially the elderly ones, go through the worst form of FGM, that is infibulation. And it involves cutting everything and just narrowing the vagina open. So many times this guy tried to touch his wife, the wife was traumatized. And what he was doing, he confessed that he was using the stipend to procure services of commercial sex workers from other communities within the community for him to satisfy himself. And then another one gives a story about them coming from Somalia, coming to the Dadaab refugee camp, and then the wife is pregnant. She goes into labor pains. She has undergone infibulation. We know very well the topology between Kenya and the Dadaab refugee camp. It's literally like a jungle. They try the services of a traditional birth attendant, and then, unfortunately, the wife bleeds to death, and the baby also passes on after that day. So this was a turning point for me because I asked myself, but whatever the boss said to me was all about having conversations with women, having conversations with girls, how to deal with survivors, psychosocial support for the survivors. I didn't know the men had stories about FGM also at the same time. So what did I do? To cut the long story short, I left that organization, joined the government, one of the government departments, went to a community whereby they sing and dance publicly, men escorting the women with machetes. As late as last year, December, the queer community was doing that, we all know that. And I was there, they were singing outside the children's office, and I was wondering, do these men really understand what they're doing to their spouses? So that was the cause of the hashtag #MenEndFGM online campaign. It began as an online campaign, metamorphosed into an organization in 2019. At the moment, we do a lot of work in different counties in Kenya, including Wajir, Meru, Tharaka-Nithi, Kajiado, and also we have an initiative at the moment in Sierra Leone where we're building a similar movement. Now, I see, I don't know, my time is still there. I am not getting 10 minutes. So let me talk now about what is this positive masculinity. And for me, I feel like a lot has already been said about positive masculinity since morning. And for me, I feel it's all about looking at the qualities that people have, especially the masculine energy that men have, and trying to see how we can harness it and use it for our own good experience. In the sense that we say that men are strong. How can we use that in the right way? How can we make them protectors? How can we make them to be humble in the way they carry themselves out? How can we make them to be selfless? How can we make them to be defenders of women and girls in the communities that they live in? We also need to understand that masculinity does not affect women only. It's not about patriarchy only. There's what we call hegemonic masculinity, which also affects other men. In the sense that some of the men who have what we call subordinate masculinity feel that they are men who cannot speak when other men are speaking. That's what I literally mean. And that's why we see a lot of suicide cases, for example, in Kenya, it's men. Because a man is built up in a way that you are told through socialization that you're not supposed to speak up. If you speak up, then you're not the true definition of a man. So you are not showing your hegemony and the control as a man. So you are discouraged from showing the subordinate masculinity and recognizing that it's okay to be emotional, it's okay to speak up, it's okay to say that I'm suffering. We have cases also of men who are being battered and they do not speak up. So when we are dealing with masculinity, it's not only for the benefit of women and girls, but it's for the benefit of the whole society. Because at the end of the day, when we are able to encourage the right socialization and deal with the negative masculinity, promote positive masculinity, then at the end of the day we have a peaceful, more harmonious society whereby we coexist, live together peacefully, both as men and women, and both as men with other men and women with other women. So how do we, I was also told to mention a little bit about the strategies. So what strategies can we employ to make sure that we promote allyship? I believe that we need, first of all, to create a safe environment for everyone, especially the men, to learn what we are talking about. Because what happens is that when we are so, I'm trying to find the right one for this forum, when we become so tough, of which I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but sometimes some of the men have no idea of some of the things that they're doing. So when we become so reprimanding, so tough on them, what men do is they keep quiet. And that's the very risky thing that is happening in the societies that we live in. Someone said a man is like a balloon, and this is why we are having cases of femicide. Why do I mean a balloon? In the sense that it's a balloon that does not deflate. That's what I mean. A man will be ukiweka pressure. If you blow into a balloon, for a woman, they are able to go and maybe speak to their peers and vent and have that conversation, which is a good trait. And then they are able to reduce the pressure. But for the men, every time you blow them, the pressure in the balloon just increases. They do not speak to their peers, they do not speak to their friends, they hold it in themselves. And then what happens is that at the end of the day, they explode. And once they explode, that is what we are seeing as effects, for example, femicide. They explode, someone has been, they explode, they have done something that they themselves doing. So let's create spaces whereby men can have these safe conversations and transform them. Then we also need to leverage in storytelling. Many people have different stories. Both the survivors, men can listen to the stories of survivors, and this is a way to be able to transform them. So that's a strategy that we can employ to ensure that we are promoting allyship in the different communities that we work in. Also, we need to check on how to make men active bystanders. Passive bystander is someone who just looks at what is happening, does not question what is happening in the society or around them. But an active bystander is someone who is constantly trying to improve, question, and see how to best ensure that we are living harmoniously. We also need to clarify some of the terminologies that we are using. Allyship, what does it mean? What is gender equality about? Because in this country, you mention gender, what comes, I don't think it's only in Kenya. Across Africa, if you mention gender, what comes to your mind? Women and girls. That's the problem. Men need to understand from gender is that gender is not just about women and girls, but it's about us, all of us, and how we can be able to coexist as the people. So those misconceptions need to be dealt with. We need to help men clarify these terminologies, and that way we will be able to coexist and ensure that we live together. And there are some challenges. Yes, we have challenges in terms of trying to work together and also promote positive masculinity. Some of the challenges is we have a lot of mistrust in this movement, in the sense that people come with lived experiences. So I'm a man who is speaking about FG, I'm a man who is speaking about gender equality. What does this man really want? Is he with us or is just here to... That's mistrust. And that way, if we do not appreciate each other, then we end up losing the allies that we already have in this movement. So we need to build that trust so that we can be able to move together. And then as I finalize, I think my time is almost over. Men are mostly the primary perpetrators of GBV. Do you agree with that? Yes, we do. Now, as the primary perpetrators, what are we doing to change them? Are we creating programs to be able to have conversations with the men? If they are primary perpetrators and we are just condemning them every day, we don't give them space, to be able to take part and be part of this conversation? Are we doing the right thing? So how do we ensure that we have conversations with the young boys out there? How do we ensure that we are having conversations with the youth out there? How do we make sure that the men who are becoming the police syndicates are well engaged and they understand what we really want to achieve? That is a challenge to us. And as I wind up, I want to leave you guys with something to think about throughout the day. I don't expect an answer, but just think about this. Because we say men are the primary perpetrators, I've seen the rise in cases, for example, of teenage pregnancies. This is not a phenomenon just in Kenya, but across Africa. And I want to ask something simple. How many times can a girl get pregnant in a year? I see people saying once. Twice. Okay. Perfect. Whichever. I see every answer is right. How many girls can a naughty boy around who does not understand what is happening make pregnant in a year? I'm asking, how many girls can that boy who has been left out of the programming, does not understand what is happening, and decides to be the naughty one in the community, make pregnant in a year? How many? Infinity. So let's think about that and then ask ourselves, in our programming and as we think about positive masculinity and transformation in the communities and all the changes that we want to achieve, if we leave that boy out there, we might be creating a disaster. So let's see how we can work together, move together, and ensure that we make this world a best place for all of us. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana.
Have you gotten the answer of how many boys, how many they can, like, have babies? Did you? Who is a hero who can share that very courageously? We know the girls, the number, how many they can get pregnant. But the men, how many girls can they? Infinity. People, and those ones on their phones especially, answer this question. Ask your neighbor what the question is. What is the question and what is the answer? Do we have a discussion? Yes, you seem very courageous. How many?
For as long as there is intercourse and there is no protection, there is an automatic receipt for pregnancy. There's a bullet. Yes.
A bullet.
So you can delay 7 days in a week.
So are those 7 women?
Every day. No, it depends. No, they are different women. A woman will conceive one and be pregnant. But a man can be pregnant 7 days in a week. So every day.
And this is called a sanity. You know those discussions people don't like, and yet we must have them. Are you understanding? Those discussions that Tony is telling us to have, and we don't want to have them. I think one of the most interesting things is when I led a team several years ago through a Tier Fund UK project, and we discussed HIV and AIDS for the first time in church 15 years ago. Oh my goodness. First, there was so much scandal, I could not hear the end of it. Because I think what we like is to throw everything under the table and be very quiet about it. Until when it happens. Until when it happens. Do you know in the UK right now they just had a discussion where they said, have you followed any serious UK discussion on definition of a woman? Who has followed that discussion? Can you imagine? We needed a definition of a woman. Who is a woman? By the Supreme Court. To define who a woman, these are discussions that we must have. Positive masculinity are discussions that we must have. We need to have change. Let me welcome Kanga. Rasi. She's the head of region, Africa Brave Movement. She's looking at transforming power, the role of positive masculinity in ending GBV without shifting the focus from survivors. Please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you, Mother. Allow me to read. When I was told I was going to tackle this topic, yesterday evening you should have seen me in my house doing a camera video, like how long am I going to take? It took me 45 minutes. So I decided, you know what, just go and write a script, then take it again, see how long will you last. Right now it's at around 13 minutes, so let's see how I'm going to do. So this is me. A 15-year-old survivor once said to me, I am tired of being strong. I want a world where I don't have to be. That sentence lives in me since 10 years ago. Not just as a campaigner, but as a mom, a woman. As someone who believes we must do more than raise awareness when we talk about positive masculinity, and we must raise the standard. My name is Kanga. I serve with the Brave Movement, and over 15 years, I've worked across grassroots and global spaces to fight for dignity, safety, and justice. But today, I want to talk about something that often makes a little tense in rooms like this: masculinity. And not the kind that is dominating the headlines right now, but the kind that we need more of. So, what are we really here to tackle for the next 2 days? Gender-based violence is not caused by monsters. It's caused by mindsets, by normalized control, by generational silence. In Africa alone, more than 85 survivors of sexual violence live in silence. But we do not have to look far. Right now in this country, we are burying women at an alarming rate. The femicide we are witnessing is not sudden. It's not also inevitable. It's the inevitable result of systems that teach some people their power is more important than other lives. When you see women posting red lipsticks, selfies, it's not for beauty, but it's a memory of the ones we've lost. And it's women who are grieving in public, and we are saying, we want to leave. But the question is, are you listening? I've sat with survivors who are blamed for speaking, and with men who are never taught how to listen. This is just not about male violence. It's about systemic power. And there's a thing, power is not inherently violent. But when we are not accountable, when it's never questioned, then violence is easily justified. That's why today, it's not about shifting blame, but it's more about shifting meaning. What do we call positive masculinity? Because positive masculinity is not about centering men, but it's more about expanding the circle of accountability, empathy, talking about shame, talking about vulnerability. And it's also not about rescuing women. It's about ensuring that men rescue themselves from the lie that power controls, that the lie that power equals control. It's the kind of power that chooses to protect, not possess, that leads with presence and not dominance. So let me break it down. We've had conversations around several speakers talking about positive masculinity. And for me, when I look at about positive masculinity, I look at it in 4 forms. It's about empathy and not ego. It's about accountability and not avoidance. Vulnerability is courage. And allyship rooted in action, as my counterpart, Tony, was talking about allyship. What do we define allyship? In one of our campaigns, I stood with a father who's a survivor, and for the first time in 15 years, he was talking about the abuse he went through, and the same abuse that he went through, his older child, who was then 10 years, had gone through the same abuse through the same perpetrator. And it's not because he wanted attention, he was tired of the generation of silence. He wanted to cut off the silence and speak out, even if it meant he was going to be kicked out of his family. A girl in Kisumu, as I was once at Ngomma Bay talking about sexual violence, came to me once and she mentioned, I reported him, but they said I was destroying a good man's future. How will I live with that? These are constant stories that we go to the field and we hear. So this girl became a villain in her own story. And it was because of speaking the truth. A boy in Gambia whispered in one of our regional workshops, I thought I was the only one. I didn't know boys could also be victims too. So even as we talk about gender-based violence, it's not a gender thing, but it's more of a human thing. His voice cracked, not for weakness, but for the first time, he acknowledged that he didn't need to survive. He had to acknowledge what he was going through. So I wish to submit to you that survivors don't need saviors. They need systems. They need solidarity. And that means we must question the kind of masculinity that celebrates silence, toughness or entitlement, and instead build a new one rooted in humanity. Because this is not a gender war, but it's more of how can we live with one another. So how do we move forward without the gender wars, without blame, without shifting the spotlight away from survivors? From engaging with people at the grassroots and the global level, some of the things that we've seen that have worked is engage male leaders in survivor-centered policy change. Because we do not live in a vacuum. We live with men, we live with women, we live with girls, we live with boys. If we segregate one, then it does not help the problem. Then there's also the aspect of creating safe spaces for boys and men to explore emotions, consent, and shame. One of our grassroots organizations here in Kenya currently works with survivors of sexual violence who are mainly boys. And they have an organization and they constantly talk about aspects around shame, aspects around vulnerability, aspects around how do they feel having undergone through these issues. And it's been a working formula, especially as my counterpart was talking about, men are like balloons, they do not speak. So it has been a channel for them to speak out their feelings. Then also in the community, equipping faith and cultural leaders to model masculinity that protects, not controls. We all allude, and also working in the community, we've seen how when we meet in such boardrooms, we speak about positive masculinity, but when we go to the community, if a religious or a cultural leader does not speak the same language with us, then it's like the community speaks or picks what the cultural or the religious leader looks into. Then lastly, which is critical, is to center survivors as truth tellers and men as partners and not protagonists. And it's not about making men feel guilty, but it's about making them feel responsible. Because power isn't bad, and check power is. So we need to stop asking questions like, where are the good men? Maybe we should start by asking, how are we preparing men to be good? Because they did not appear in the world as men. They appeared as children. So what shifted from when they were boys to when now they are men, and we are questioning, where are the good men? As I close, If power can be used to harm, it can also be used to heal. And if we want to end gender-based violence, we must redefine what power looks like in our communities, our homes, and our policies. It's not about centering men, it's about centering transformation. Because transforming power doesn't mean someone else must lose it. It means we use it differently. Transforming power doesn't start with a policy, it starts with presence. With men who refuse to inherit harmful legacies and choose to build healing ones instead. That world is not a dream, it's a decision. Let's make it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kanga. What quote have you gotten from her? What quote? What are you taking home? Survivors don't need saviors. They need? Survivors don't need saviors. They need systems. That to me is very profound. And power isn't bad. It is unchecked power that is bad. Tomorrow I'll tell you a story, not today, about how an elderly man was crying on TV doing a press conference with some men. And instead of these men feeling sorry for him, one of them was dying with laughter. And what this person didn't know is that we were all watching him. While this elderly man was expressing a vice that was going on in the community against them. And when this guy was crying, the other guys were laughing. I found that very strange. And I kept wondering, this guy, didn't he see that cameras are rolling? And actually they are looking at him. Now, the next session is the first panel discussion that is going to be led by Maureen Anyango. She is the SRHR and Ending Violence Against Women and Girls lead at Femnet. Karibu Maureen, you and your team have exactly 40 minutes. The true ones, 40, the true ones. Yes, Karibu sana.
Thank you so much for that warm welcome. Good morning, everyone. It is a very exciting morning to be here, to see all these faces who are colleagues, allies in the field. For now, because I'm here and I've been given very little time, I'm really going to try and work within that time frame. I think they're just rearranging the place for our panelists, but I will be calling in front a very powerful team who have had these issues firsthand, who have dwelt in it in different aspects, and it will be a very good opportunity for them to share with all of us within the time that we have. I think I'm required to have some 4 seats in front. Can I get some support? None and the team. We need 4 seats for the panelists. Yeah. Oh, good. They are coming. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for that. So I'll be introducing our panelists, and they will be joining me in front here. And while they are coming, you can just give them a clap, round of applause to cheer them up as they are coming to address us. And this morning we've looked looked at this aspect of GBV in very different ways. We've looked at policy issues, we've looked at our social structures back in where the communities that we are coming from. We've looked at cultural issues, we've looked at even how religion is affecting this discussion. Indeed, it is something that has been discussed for so long. And the discussion or the subject around ending violence is becoming more trickier, and I think where the world is going, we all have to take responsibility from where we are. Because even the people who have been helping us to walk this talk are now saying they will no longer force Africa to do things they don't want. If Africa don't want to talk about gender-based violence, they have been asking them to do something, but they are not doing it. So they are also saying, we will let them have it as they are. We will see all this. So I will start with our past panelist, who is Honorable Bernard Adala. Honorable Bernard Adala is one of the MCAs, sitting MCAs elected in Siaya County Assembly. And the reason he's here is one of the male allies that can substantiate whatever he's been doing as a man on behalf of women. With that power, he has to sit in that county assembly. Recently, he pushed for one of a very controversial act that went through called RAMCA Act, that is Reproductive Health, Maternal Neonatal Health Act. So Sia has it, and he is now pushing for the regulations so that this act can be enacted and it can be implemented in the county. That really is relevant to what we are discussing here. These are the policies we want to hear, and we want to see men championing it and walking through them. So let me help me invite Honorable Adala to the podium. Let's just give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. We have our second panelist. This is Mr. Michael Gitere. Yes, household name, champion, ring champion. We've seen him here and there as spearheading very controversial. At times I call them controversial because not everyone agrees with that, right? Work around the She Leads project. And I know he's done so much, and that is what we want him also to share with us in brief as this beautiful panel ahead of us. So I welcome you. Let's clap for him as you come. Thank you so much. Yes. I also have to mention that he's the She Lead project manager for Plan International Kenya. So you can imagine the kind of work he's been doing all this time. Karibu sana, Michael. Our third panelist is Mr. Sebastian Gatibu from UN Women. Also is going to join us in this panel. We all know that UN Women has been very consistent on issues around gender-based violence and ensuring that girls and women are safe across. So we are very honored to have one of them in this panel, and we will be looking at these other aspects that are looked as new. What is the perspective of UN? He will be unpacking that to us. So let's all clap for Mr. Sebastian as he joins us. Thank you so much. The last but not least is Mr. Paul Muhaku. I hope I mentioned that. Thank you. Paul Muhaku works the Young Positive Masculinity as an advocate, that is Talanta Express. These are the young men who has come out to make sure that the movement of young men pushing for positive masculinity is alive and kicking in our space. It will be very interesting to hear from him. Is it possible even to talk to boys within our households or within everywhere we are meeting with them, to build them and nurture them as male allies? So let's all put our hands to cheer Mr. Ngomma join us in our panel. Right, so thank you so much. It's a special day for me because I don't know when last I moderated a session which is heavily men. So it's also a special day for me, like, okay, good. Especially men when we are discussing women issues and men who are saying, yes, girls and women must be protected. And gender-based violence is about all of us. So, karibuni sana. And thank you for coming. And thank you for the work that you are doing. I'll be very quick because of the time we have. And I will also request that be very straightforward to your answers so that we are within our time limit. My question, I'll start with Honorable Adala. You were able to move a bill that eventually became an act at Siaya County Assembly. And this is something that if you look at it, looks so much girls and women, and it can bring problems because these are not things that gives politicians votes. You know, when you say what you say, how does it translate to votes? This is not roads, this is not building a tap somewhere. This is not, you know, the usual things. Tell us about it. And you know, what made you to go through this? Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to talk to ladies and gentlemen in a session that is very, very important to us as male champions to be here. I'll take 1 minute to basically say why Ramka. Ramka is an art that addresses itself to matters of reproductive health, maternal child, and all those things that goes to matters of reproductive health, including the young people, girls and boys. So many years back, a few years ago, the whole world was at a standstill, and all schools were shut because of an infection that attacked the whole world, right? Our state was not left behind, and it 9 months that I represented in the assembly after the end of the lockdown. Then the statistic that we had is that within 9 months, the young ladies who had sex and in one way or another could conceived, it was about 6,650 girls. Out of those, the ones that reported were only 75. And of the ones that were reported, because if you have sex in a young girl, then it's an offense here in Kenya, then you should be arrested. Of the 75 that were reported, just 7 were done to conclusion. Then I was asking myself, what is the fate of these others that were not reported, and what is the fate of these guys? Is it that after that they went back to the schools or not? Then I told her, I said that if they could not report that have been some abused, then it is highly likely that they never went back to schools. And then I was trying to look at this with the vicious cycle and lack of employment. Then I said that we need to enact a law. And this law was basically to safeguard interest of women, to fast track their needs in terms of law, and make sure that we have funding that goes in supporting this. These are brief of what led into this thinking.
Thank you so much. There are a few things that he has mentioned too. One, data during COVID that was taken, translated, and it brought sense of whatever policy work that was to be done. Secondly, he's talked about financing, local financing. He said that the bill and the act now is looking into having a local financing strategy within the county. To me, that is very, very important. Because we also know, just just like we budget for every other thing, we must budget for these things. We must budget for ending violence against girls and young women. Thank you so much for sharing that. So I'll go to our second panelist, Mr. Michael, who is the She-Lead project officer. And I am interested that within the She-Lead landscape, how has male, the masculinity or male allyship been important during the implementation?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Just like you mentioned, my name is Michael Genge, working with Plan International, specifically in the She-Lead program, where we're implementing the program in Nairobi and in Kisumu. And just like you rightly mentioned, working with boys and men can no longer be an ad hoc way of working. We have to be very deliberate. And as Plan International, as She-Lead, it has come to that realization, and we've been very deliberate to mobilize and support men. Because if you look at all the 12 critical areas emanating from the Beijing platform, there is no critical area that can be achieved, whichever you randomly think, when men are not involved. So from that realization, we see it as a very important strategy, where boys and men, we put them together and support them with expertise. We support them also with other resources, finances, to sit down and have conversations. And it takes a very bold step to be able to have these conversations, because even men themselves who are championing this cause, there's a way in which they're seen by the society as men who are deviating from the norm. And every time you bring men to talk about gender equality issues, we have a section, and I think there was a speaker who mentioned this, that they themselves are stigmatized for appearing like they are defending women. So they're caught in a situation where their values align with the cause, but their values deviate from what the cultural practice of the day is. So that is already a conflict. So for us, who are seated here, you hear giants like watu wa kutetea wanawake, such kind of things. But we have to weather the storms, because we have seen it working. There are a lot of myths and a lot of misconceptions, and that's why we're having this conversation, to be able to help men understand. And when we talk about positive masculinity, we're not taking away power from men, because that's what most people understand. That what you're turning me to be a woman. That is not it. But we're saying, yes, you can be a man, but express your emotions in a healthy way. Your actions and behavior should promote safety for everyone in the community, so that as a man, everyone feels safe around you. So basically, that's what we're doing as Plan International.
Thank you so much. Key things there is that it must be deliberate to bring boys and men on the table. It must be deliberate to have programmings which are also making them to meaningfully support. And that is some of the things that they have done in the She-Lead program during this the implementation time. Thank you so much for sharing. That's so powerful. We will go to our next panelist, who is Mr. Sebastian Gatimo from UN Women. I hope. Okay, thank you so much. So, Mr. Sebastian, I am just interested to know that integration of men and boys in UN programmings, or rather, let's talk about regional programmings. If you look at the regional instruments that have been supporting women or supporting girls on matters about GBV, some of them were men, and male engagement was not integrated well into them. So what can we do? Because we've already seen this is a gap and we have to work on it. So we will be happy to hear from your side, from that wisdom point of it. And then when you're finishing, for you, I would also want you to tell us that we have the new elephant in the room. The technology facilitated violence. And this has to come from the intergovernmental space, programming, and it should be supported going downwards. Is there anything happening at the UN Women? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel Chair. Maybe I'll start by clearing what is down here. I'm Sebastian Gatim working for UN Women, Kenya County Office. Sometimes when I go to meetings, people are like, we know UN Women is
women.
You know women.
Who is this man at the UN Women? Exactly. Because I know there are so many women, including drivers.
Yeah. It's not for the first time recruiting within the Concord area.
Yes.
So to clear that UN Women is actually an acronym. It means United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women and Girls.
Thank
so
you.
when you bring in the aspect of gender, then you will find we also have men in there. So your question on integrating men and boys, I think we have heard from the history in terms of where you have come from in terms of the equality and empowerment of women. And for years, the programming has been focusing on it. You mentioned gender is woman. You mentioned Ministry of Gender, it has always been a woman. Yeah? To me, I've been looking for a situation where we have a minister for gender who is a man and a minister for finance who is a woman. But most of the time, looking from our policy makers, it's like gender is women, it's not men and boys, women and girls. And therefore, we UN sat and with the SDGs, with the Sustainable Development Goals, we realized, or UN realized, we are almost coming to the end, 5 years to SDGs. And where are we with SDG goal 5? Very far. And why is this happening? It's because we have left a whole segment of our society within the gender, bringing them into our pursuit and work, what we are calling allyship. And that's why the coming up of bringing in women and boys within the gender discourse to ensure that we accelerate the gender equality and women empowerment. And this points out the point of, I think a number of us have talked about it, that we need to have an environment where men and women feel safe. And I just thought, before I came here, like, when you're discussing about GBV, I don't think there is a society where GBV is legal. There's no culture that promotes gender-based violence. There is no religion that promotes gender-based violence. There is no group, whether break or Quran, that promotes gender-based violence. So to me, I normally say this is criminal. Yeah? It's a crime committed against either man or a woman when we talk about gender-based violence. And therefore, it's something that we need to think about it, we just need to stop. And it is zero tolerance to GBV. In terms of, and I think my colleague has talked about quite a number of areas that we also look into, the Beijing Platform for Action, the drug commitments, we have the CSW, we heard about it in the morning in terms of one of the commitments, bringing men and boys into this discussion. SIDO, we have quite a lot of legal platforms and conventions that actually practice on that space that is changing. Technological facilitated violence. This one was very evident, I think, from 2022 elections, and it has escalated globally. And what you have realized is that you may not fight this war alone. And that's why we are bringing even the tech, quite a number of tools from all these to ensure that we are able to fight this together. Sometimes it's about holding hands, all of us, and I think that's what we are doing. Coming to such a room, or maybe partnering and ensuring that we move together. The private sector, the CSOs, the government, what can we do to ensure that we are able to end violence against women?
Thank you so much. Sebastian is highlighted some of the outcomes that have been there, and some of also the strides which are there regionally to help us, including, we know right now we have a new convention that was just adopted by the African Union in February, that we expect that the member states for AU should be running with it to help us, to help the member states to be able to curb ending violence against girls and women. Yeah, thank you so much for even spotlighting and anchoring that we have to check on technology facilitated violence keenly, because it is something that may be an elephant in the house. It's already an elephant in the house, and it may be something that let's all think about it in all our programmings moving forward. Thank you so much. Our panelist number 4, Mr. Paul, who is the youth advocate at Positive Masculinity, Talanta Express. Yeah, it's if you randomly look at the organizations working on positive masculinity, even here in Kenya, there are not so many. Some of them work on it, but it's just like part of or a branch of. But from your end, this is something you do, and you do it with a lot of passion, and you do it. You put all your energy into looking into issues around positive masculinity. I am just interested to know what are some of the successes from your end, and probably you can hit on a bit of the challenges due to time. You can look at the challenges, how does it look like? Probably you can look at, for example, stigma issues, because we know there is a lot of stigma, and I can spotlight at one meeting, a very high level meeting. We were together with the Honorable Adala, they were in that very heightened stage of that particular bill. People were calling him mtoto wa mama. Yes, and I could not know why are they calling until I was able to ask, you see the way he's handling with this wa mama things, eh? So this one is mtoto wa mama. That's already stigma on its own. So I know it can be, then you can have that boy who say, why are you sending me to work? No, girls are very, whatever. Women, over to you, Paul.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
So let me start with that part of women. Most of you women, when you see us close to our mothers, you always call us Mama's boy. Is it true? So for me, I'm proud to say I'm a Mama's boy, and I'm happy to support women. So let's begin from the point of positive masculinity. You know, we operate Talanta Express, and we operate in the rural Kenya. And as you know, most of the time, problems begins in the rural parts of our different countries. So you find, for us, we do talent, singing, dance, acting, and other forms of expression. So what we do is we organize events themed on whatever we want to do, either positive masculinity on this, or make a song, and this is the thing that we want you to know. So at least it will help people understand easily. Because for us, we don't sit in long meetings like the old generation. We want something that we can always understand and digest fast. So poetry, music, dance, YouTube, TikTok is doing a very good job in terms of trying to spread positive masculinity. Yeah, so the part of, you said stigma, the challenges. Most of the time you guys, or not you guys, other guys, they always just tick the box. Oh, how many men are here? Oh, men, how many boys? Oh, tick. But the real issue, who listens to us? The problem begins where many young people that we meet, their egos have been bruised so much by their parents, by their fathers, by the generations of the men who were born in the 60s who were supposed to be our dads. But they have been so terrible in raising our generation. And that is what has led to many of the violence that we see in our areas. For example, you'll find a small kid, they already know violence. Like for me, I knew violence around 2002. I never knew people fight. But you know now that for a man, when you experience something, it's either you keep it or you process it and put it away. And for the people who keep everything and carry things in their heart, some of them, they numb their pain through alcohol, through weed, through every kind of, through even women and sex. Unfortunately, that's where the domestic violence comes in. You'll find a lot of people have been hurt so much that I don't care. And where did it begin? It began from that homestead. The moment you don't address that child, the moment you don't bring the people in the right way, the moment you buy for your small that uniform and you leave that boy who's barefooted for the rest of his life. For a man, it is very important. I can tell you can tell us all the good things, but if you don't respect men, if you don't respect a boy child, then it doesn't make any kind of sense at all. So we all need to begin from the basic level, raise children in a good way, so that they can be good husbands, they can be good brothers. How many people don't want good brothers and husbands? You know, for our generation, many people are not even married because of what? We are afraid. We are afraid of that violence. Who is going to that kind of thing? You know, so it's a process, but I'm happy that at least we are part of this process and we are able to push. Yeah, other thing is there's no value for motion. I'm looking forward to 4 days that there will be events in the rural areas. Not that women are bad, but you know we are preparing good husbands for you. So you know that. So you know you need to have good brothers. So whenever you see us pushing the positive masculinity, don't feel offended. In fact, the good thing is support a man. Support a man and see how they will easily change instead of you killing them. That is what is happening in our society. And for us, we are ready to push through talent, through any kind of conversation so that we can at least keep this conversation real, so that it can also not be seen as if we need help. One problem, for us we don't need help. Men we don't look like, it doesn't look good on us that we need help. For what? It's a bad thing, but in reality, we always need help deep down. Yeah. But now our help comes from alcohol sometimes, and other kinds of things that make us addicted and now become bad gender-based violence things.
Can you, how do you, like the men already in the movement, they come with these issues around stigma and all that. What exactly do you do? Do you have, you know?
So for us, you know, talking to a man takes time. It's a different route. You know, you just don't sit down and open up to me telling me. Either we do something, either we go for football or do something, but also you keep them in a conversation at least that they can be able to speak. Give them an environment that they can speak freely and not feel that, as if they are vulnerable. You know, that is not our nature. Yeah. We don't like feel vulnerable, like you're helping us so much now, because it comes with an elitist mentality. You know, yeah. So for us, we run programs from from different ages, because you know the troubles are different. So now from like teens, from small kids, we're able to give longer, at least depending with the different ages. So some of the time we do conferences, sometimes we just do hangouts and eat booze and eat and just be happy and talk while doing something that is not so serious. Yeah, at least that is an opportunity that can help men to talk. And also push music, push talent. At least those are some of the things. A good example is Abel Mutua. For those people who don't know, Abel Mutua talks about gender-based violence in his stories, and if you can be able to listen to his latest story, he speaks about that clearly. And for us, we watch and we learn.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing, Paul, and that's credible work that you are doing with boys, and we really appreciate. And we will just encourage you to continue doing the same. And this whole team is here to support the kind of work that you are doing. Yeah, so I will go for the last round, and this is just now to look into the future. We all know that, unfortunately, gender is facing a very fierce opposition in our current day. And this one is threatening our 30 years of movement building and 30 years of walking this talk. We know we've achieved so much, but we are holding our thoughts on where exactly are we moving forward. So I will just want to challenge my panelists, just in like 1 or 2 words as we finish. How does this future look like? Are we winning or are we losing? How does the future look like? Probably I'll start with Honorable Adala, then we go like that.
Thank you so much once again. The future, there is some light at the end of the tunnel. And if again I give examples here, the women, members of the county assembly started a videos bill. They started to push it, it really hit a snag at some point. Then we stepped in and now it is running. Why? Because an assembly of 42 and women are 10, then you know you must look it. But as a future, I want to start with this forum. That maybe in future, if in future we need to have a robust kind of engagement, then advocacy should be at the top high level. So that when we are inviting our seniors who are here, let them sit here and engage in what we are now doing. This idea of inviting seniors for 5 minutes to stand and say a remark and go.
Yeah.
A remark is the easiest thing that anybody can do. We pick anyone here and just say, you come and do a remark. But the serious lobbying starts at the highest point. So I was expecting to find them here. It is also unfortunate for Africa that politicians, we have a knack for being busy after elections. We have a lot of time when we are looking for votes. Immediately we get elected, now we are too busy. This is a forum that really needs us to sit here. Because everything we discuss here, if it is not passed in a piece of law, then it is a waste of time. If we do not make our states ring-fence funds for the things we are saying here, it will go into waste. Finally, the role to put right all this wrong is not your role. It is a role of we that have been elected to serve the people. You only come to help us bridge that gap. So it behoves us to take this mark. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So powerful. Can we give you? Thank you so much. I agree with you. Over to you. I call parting shots.
Thank you. My parting shot. The future is very bright. I'm looking at it in 2 angles. One, looking at the geopolitics, it's working for our good, because what it is doing, it is pushing us towards looking at our own solutions. It is no longer a situation where people are thinking that the conversation around gender is a conversation that is driven by other people. So it's coming home so that we begin to have this conversation ourselves, and that way we will put our monies on the table, we will budget, we will come up with homemade solutions. Then a good pointer also is like now the adoption of the convention that we have now at the AU level. So that tells you we are moving to specifics that are tailor-made towards meeting African issues and challenges and all that. So for me, it is in the right direction. What I know is that it's not a very quick process. So what we need to do is to do our part in our time and make sure that we stand to be counted, so that the things that we will not achieve in our time, we'll be happy to pass the baton to the generation that comes after us to continue the conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Michael. That's a very heavy parting shots of hope. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Sebastian.
Yeah, maybe I look at it from both sides of the coin. The future is bright.
Yes.
But it can also be the other way around.
Yes.
First of all, you are right that we are at threat in terms of the data one, in terms of external planning. And what we are doing is that we are not realizing we can do that internally. So as a Honor Padana, you know, and the program that you are taking, these are locally driven solutions. And this is what we need now to start realizing that we have our own solutions homegrown, and we don't need a lot of USP. It's outed that yes, we can do it. And with that, the future is bright. But if you keep on relying on the donor funding on the global, titles, whatever, we might be that there is no future in terms of gender. There. We need a common solutions. We need even to start funding. And mostly we need commitment from our leaders. Accountability with the data card. I remember for those who are there, let me give an example of Kenya. For instance, I know we are from different countries. One of the manifestos of one of the political parties was 50-50 in gender, isn't it? To date, we have not even passed not more than 2 level. Why is that? Where is the link between accountability and how are we putting our request to account? So that one is lacking, and I think for us is to continue this fight. Despite any external shocks, we need to protect what we have already built and gained, and then to ensure that we are not covered by so need to keep the ball rolling. And you will be there. Right the future.
Thank you so much. Hope. There are 2 sides of coin. Our homegrown solutions, it's the time to bring them out. And also, I think it has also become a big conversation. It's a global conversation, I tell you. Yeah, so that one also gives it the light of the day. Thank you so much, and over to you, Paul, for the parting shot.
Yeah, for me, I can say the future is positive. We are dealing with positive masculinity, so the future is very positive, and we'll have a very, very good world. Thank you for supporting women. One thing I like about women always support women. But my fellow men, they always complain. Oh, now we'll come to support us, we'll come to empower us. Man to man, we need to man up and level up and be good mentors to our boys, good men, not wait for our women to mentor our men. You know, long time ago, our grandfathers mentored our fathers. They gave them wisdom. But now our fathers, they are so busy, their wisdom, I don't know where it's going to. Yeah, they have so many priorities. So, man to man, let's always be there for each other. Another thing that I really don't like, and I always advocate, if you're a man, don't deny a boy an opportunity to work because you want to give your girlfriend. That is where men start becoming bitter. It begins from small things. Generally, we're very good people. I'm for sure most of you are good men here, most of you are good brothers. It's all about just giving the right time for men and also just like stop bruising their egos and supporting them. Definitely we'll push and make sure that from the rural areas we spread positive masculinity because that is where it begins.
Wow, what a way to finish the panel. This is really so powerful. And from his parting shots, we have men, boys, we have these people around. It is just knowing what are we passing through. How are we also enlightening each other? Thank you so much all for the powerful and very educative. We've learned a lot from everything that you've shared with us. It was a pleasure listening to you all, and we will encourage continue doing the beautiful work you are doing to ensure that one day gender issues or gender-based violence, it will be something that is of the past. Yeah. So to appreciate them as they come down back to their seats, I want all of us to clap for them in this way. We want to clap because we are 7 countries in this room. So we want to clap 7 claps. So you just clap 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, like that until we come to the last. Then they will be coming out. Can we start? Are we ready? Please, a thunder clap. They have done a good job and you've also been a very good audience. So let's start. 1, 2, 3, another one. Thank you so much. Over to you, our great facilitator.
Thank you. She has done a great job, hasn't she? Please give her a clap. Thank you very much. So we're going to go for lunch now. I'm waiting to hear about the coupons, the lunch coupons, but lunch is on that side. In the meantime, your lunch is blessed. Please, if you need Wi-Fi, do you need Wi-Fi? There was no Wi-Fi. You are feeling sorry for yourself. Don't worry. But it's only one capital, the W, and then the rest is in small caps. So that is your Wi-Fi. We're going to be doing some moment of social media in the afternoon because I'd really like us to do that. In the meantime, your lunch is blessed. Are we good for lunch? What do you mean? You pointed me like twice. It means we give you 1 minute. The coupons. Can you imagine you're talking and I can't hear? So the coupons on that side, please make your way in that direction. Look at that pretty lady who's holding them. Yes, so you can go in that direction. Lunch is exactly 1 hour. True 1 hour. You remember the UN 1 hour? Yeah, that 1 hour. Not more. Thank you so much. Have fun, enjoy yourself, and network. Please network. You cannot be in this meeting and not network. Karibuni lunch. Bon appetit. Hotel, Hotel security man. Security man talking behind. Hotel security man talking behind. Can they leave their bags or they carry their bags? It's like an extreme sport in Nairobi. They carry. Can they carry or they leave them? Oh, I think you carry. I'm not sure what this guy is saying. Are we carrying or we leave or we carry our bags as we go for lunch? Okay, so if you have a strong heart, you can leave your laptop. But if your heart is light, that if your laptop gets lost, you will faint. Please, just carry it. So then there are no tears after this. Welcome to lunch. Continue the numbers when it gets to you.
Hold a minute. They need to finish the numbers here. They need to finish here. Excuse? They didn't finish up the number.
Wait. You have how many people who have not finished?
3.
3. Okay, so you are 6. You are 4. Okay, 4.
5.
Finish the number?
6.
Okay, then you move to this table. This table?
1.
Okay. Okay, I need to like, wow. And then start from here, let me go like this. Start.
1, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3,
5, 6.
That table. Continue that table from 2.
5, 6.
Which is the next table?
4, 5, 6, 1, 2.
And the next table? The tables, there are people who are looking shocked. Why are you looking shocked? Remember your number. Actually, I want to move on until we get these numbers right. Where are we shocked? Your table is shocked. Okay, your number? Who is number 3? 3. Okay. Have we remembered our numbers? Have we done our numbers, all of us? Have we done our numbers?
Yes.
Everyone has a number? Yes. Who doesn't have a number? Where are we at? You what number? So who doesn't have a number? I like the way you're deciding will before. Like there is gold after this. Okay. All number 1s move here. With your chairs. All number 1s. I have to do this because of the way people are shocked with numbers. Number 1s. The act of standing up. Number 1s. Come with your chair here. You can use the seats there, but you can come here. Number 2, there. As I call out your numbers, move. Number 3, this corner. Number 2 there, 3, 4 here. 3, 4, 4 is here. 5 is there and 6 is here. Let's move, let's move, let's move. Remember your number. If you are looking shocked because you don't have a number, we'll find a number. Your number. Number 4 here. Number 4 here. Number 5 at that corner. Number 6 here. Please move quickly. Some of you are still seated, and I'm very sure you're not seated at your number. I can bet, and I will win, that you're not seated at your number. Number 4 is here, number 5 is at the corner there, number 6 here. Number 5. Move, move, move. Number 3 is there. Number 3 is on the other side. Number 3 is on the other side. On the other side, well, number 2 is on the other corner. Please move quickly. I hope you remember your number. Number 6 is here. Number 6 is here. I want it away from the table. Okay? Number 1, number 2. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6. Number 5, I can't see people. Number 5, Ngomma. Where number 5? Where are number 4s? Number 4? Those are fewer people. Number 4, number 1. Settle down, get into your groups and settle down. We have work to do. Number 3, where are you? 3 is where are you? we missing 3? 3s, where are you? Or you decided you don't want to be called number 3? Somebody is looking for you. Your friend, number 3 is looking for you. Number 3 is looking for you. So, let's go to our program. Let's go to our program. Number 1 and number 2. Number 1 and number 2. You're going to tackle question A on the program, the one that starts explore how positive masculinity challenges harmful gender norms that contribute to GBV. One of the groups will be led by Tony from Africa Center for Health and the Climate and Gender Justice Alliance, and the other group will choose a team lead. Groups number 1 and number 2, you're dealing with A. Groups 3 and 4, you're dealing with B. Please look at that question. Groups 3 and 4, you're dealing with discuss successful gender transformative initiatives to identify collective strategies to end VAWG and foster healthy gender relations. It will be led by Ms. Ibli from UN Women, one group. The other group choose a leader and choose a rapporteur or a presenter. Somebody is going to do the notes and present. Group 4 and Group 5 and 6. Group 5 and 6, you're doing question C. Question C. 5 and 6, question C. What are some of the harmful social gender norms? Unpacking and assessing them and how they are manifested in the continent. Ms. Nina Masore from Equality Now is leading one of the groups, either 5 or 6. The other group is going to select its leader. Please, for each group, select who is doing the notes and select who is going to present. Select who is doing the notes and who is going to present. So this is what will happen. Those people who are having small meetings, hello, I can see you, imagine I can see you, don't be loud, I can see you and I can hear you. So, listen, group 1 and 2, you are doing the same question. Once you identify your leaders, after you do your discussion and you have your notes, we need your 2 leaders to meet and align the notes so that then you're not repeating yourselves. And then you will choose who is going to present because the question is the same. For 1 and 2, you're doing question A. For 3 and 4, you're doing question B. And for 5 and 6, you're doing question C. Your team leaders will meet after that and align. Okay? Let's go. We don't have time. I'll tell you how much time we have for this. And it will also include our presentations. Are we moving? Okay, I'm seeing some groups, they are quiet. Get a leader, discuss the questions, do your notes, and let's move. Are you marking one group? You're marking one group? I hope there's a lot of participation, that's why we broke them. Why not? Let's go, we don't have time. We want to engage and engage deeply. Group leaders, make sure everyone is participating.
very slowly at the best. When you feel you're left behind, please don't shy away. Don't shy away if you feel left behind. All of us.
Next is Ms. Amanda Manyame, who is a digital law rights advisor at Equality Now. Welcome to the stage, Ms. Amanda. Let's give her a warm up as she comes up. Do you know how much strength it takes to walk up those stairs and speak a word? Please be kind, encourage them. The third panelist is Ms. Athena M. Morgan. She's a regional project manager for Africa International Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Welcome to the panel. Last but not least, I know with this name. Let me just say Mr. Ngata. Mr. Ngata is the unit head and program specialist at UNESCO. Please come on stage. And please. So, like I said, I work for government, and at government usually we are disruptors. Myself and Jackie. Jackie, where are you? Jackie, she's disappeared. Oh, no, don't call her, don't call her, it's okay. We're supposed to be moderating this panel, but the panel revolves around questions for young people. And as you can see, my panel is full of specialists, yeah? So, I'm about to give up my role as the moderator, and I'm going to give up my role to young people to have the opportunity to ask questions and interact with the experts because it is their space, right? Right? Yes. So, to the amazing young three people, please come and introduce yourself and then take over the space. She's watching us, we have time, so kindly make sure we keep time. Come on, Fanny, and the other two young people. So kindly introduce yourselves before I take a seat and you take over. She leads is the good side of life.
Mother Michelle, the conference.
No. She leads is the good side of life.
Okay, my name is Feli Ogebo, and I'll be moderating the session and asking questions. Thank you.
Good
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon once more.
Good afternoon.
I'm Antoinette Crystal Biambo from Ngomma Bay County, and I will be interacting with us.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Did you miss your lunch?
No.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Joseph Opio. I'm representing Femnet, and I'll also be in the moderation. Thank you.
So, will you allow them? Yes. You know they are strong yet. Will you allow them? Yes. Will you allow them? Yes. So kindly indulge the young people. They're going to be taking over the panel and they'll ask all the questions that they need to. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So I was supposed, my questions were directed to Mr. Genge, so and since you are representing him, the question will be landing on me. Okay, thank you. So what role can child-focused organizations play in equipping young people with digital literacy and resilience to navigate and counter online gender-based violence?
Thank you very much for that question. One of the roles that child-focused organizations can play, I would say not directly reaching the young people, but also targeting their parents in terms of building their capacity. We appreciate the fact that young people come from homes. And when we always engage young people, we leave out a very important structure, which is the parents. When you talk about young people, I don't know whether you mean children and youth or you mean youth themselves, because when children are also involved, we believe as child-focused organizations that part of the solution should be equipping their caregivers as well with the requisite skills to be able to support building the resilience of these young people. So one would be reaching out to their caregivers when it comes to very young children. When it comes to youth, using the digital space to come up with forums for conversations among the young people so that they are able to talk amongst themselves. Those who have studied psychology, child development of human beings, you know that when youth when young people reach a certain age, they tend to believe in their peers more than they even believe in adults. So child-focused organizations should as well create forums where there can be conversations among these young people to be able to converse among themselves and discuss ways that they can be engaged, ways that they can cause a difference in terms of protecting themselves within the digital space. Also, it is very critical for social media to be one of the drivers of this change that we want among young people. So there should be mechanisms that engage to be able to have messages online that can stir up the involvement of young people in terms of having a say in how they engage online. The other thing that I must underscore in the learning institutions, there must be advocacy to inculcate conversations around online safety in the curriculums. We know that I've talked about the home front, I've talked about the social front, I want to talk about the institutional front as well, where the education system needs to appreciate that this is the digital age, and so using that space, using the institutional space to have the same conversations, to have it in the curriculum so that this issue on online safety, engagement in the digital space is all around the ecosystem of the young people. Thank you.
Wow, thank you.
Haters, please clap. It is good to appreciate people when I see. And haters are clapping. Are you hating? Are you hating?
goes to Miss Amanda. Hi, Miss Amanda, wave to them. They see how beautiful you are. Yes, any clap. Clap, just clap, just clap. Yes, just clap. So, Miss Anne has spoken about some of the structures, you know, that are laid out in place, that are there. So, within all that structure, are there some legal policy gaps that you see and you think they're most urgent to be addressed when it comes to protecting women and girls from gender-based violence in online space? And even considering that we have presented the report in the morning, I don't know if you're there. Yes. Do you think there's some gaps and loopholes that need to be connected on online spaces?
Thank you for your question. Yes, I think there are a lot of gaps. I think one of the gaps I was going to raise is around gender disaggregated data. And you'll find, like what you've already done with the report, you are giving us the lived experiences of women and girls in particular contexts. So you'll find the work that we do at Equality Now is global. So what we found is in certain contexts, particularly the global north, you will find a lot of data. You will find statistics around how many women and girls are being violated online. And then when it comes to the global south, Africa particularly, you don't necessarily find that data. One of the reasons is there's a lot of stigma. So I don't know how it was when we were doing the report, but the number of the reports that we've done is survivors do not want to speak up. In India, they were telling us that I cannot come forward because when I was violated online, it went viral. So the moment I retell my story, people are going to know it's me. It's going to be very easy to identify myself. And also in the community you come from, is it easy to even come forward and retell your story, whether it's in a report, whether you're reporting it to the police. So it's very difficult, one, because of social stigmas. It's very difficult because of victim blaming. And also there's just a lot of shame around having been violated. I think we all know when you go to a police station, a number of the questions you ask is, but were you actually harmed? Were you hurt? It just happened online, put your phone away. So, because sometimes there isn't the physical harm, the harm that we're used to seeing when it comes to online violence, then it becomes very difficult to report. So one, getting that data is difficult because of all our societal issues. Secondly, so also it then becomes very difficult to structure laws. Because how are we structuring survivor-centered laws when we're not giving survivor perspective? The second thing with the laws is a lot of them tend to be criminal laws, which makes sense from a legal perspective, because if we are to penalize someone, we've got to punish someone, which is what a lot of our laws think justice is, but we know from speaking to survivors that justice doesn't always look like someone going to jail. So for our laws, it's really penal. It's you are going to have to either pay a fine, you're going to have to go to jail. So it's very, very difficult to then have laws that really deal with what justice looks like for survivors. And then the other issue with the gaps in the laws is we're not really getting a lot of young people voices. So you do have laws that are tailored towards children. So like in Kenya, you will have the Children's Act. But again, that's also quite siloed. So in all of the other countries where you do have laws that are tailored towards children, it's really 18 and under. So you're not really looking at young people, so 18 and to maybe 35, not necessarily looking at the youth. They're usually laws that are tailored towards a specific issue. So they're siloed, they do the specific issue. But when it comes to dealing with online violence, you're not really getting the voices and perspectives of young people. One of the reasons, again, if you are going to interview young people or anyone who's a child, you do have to consider there are a lot of ethical things that you have to think about. But two, there really isn't space. I don't know if any of you have ever participated in a legal consultation process. So when a law is being passed, there's a consultation process. Have any of you, we just get a raise of hands, have any of the young people been able to participate in that? So it's very few young people, because one, even as older people, I think I'm still in the middle of young and old, but as older people, you don't even know that there's a consultation for a law. So as young people, if young people are not in those rooms to consult on the specific laws that are going to affect them, then of course the laws are going to have that gap. And then lastly, I could go on and on, but lastly, our laws are really looking at the problems we have now and the problems that adults face, or older people, the older generation faces. So we're looking at labor and AI, but we're not necessarily looking at how young people interact with digital spaces. Young people interact with digital spaces more naturally. It becomes very natural because a lot of you either grew up with it or you were very young when you got to either get a mobile device, a laptop, or to even be on the internet. So when we tailor laws right now, a lot of the laws that are coming up aren't really looking at how young people interact with the law. We're also looking at the problems as we are seeing them now, but we're not future-proofing the law. And it becomes problematic because we're trying to solve a now problem, but we are going to have a future problem that we haven't already solved for, and that becomes a young person's problem.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam. That was very profound. I will let my fellow person ask question.
Well, my question goes to Ms. Morgan. Now, when we talk about these digital spaces and the online stuff, we often address issues to do with the risk part. Now, this is my question. How can we ensure that digital safety frameworks not only addresses the risks of online gender-based violence, but also integration, healing, justice, and inclusion?
Thank you for that question. Thank you for the ahead of me really set the pace for the conversation. And first of all, I deal with the children aspect, specifically children that is under the age of 18 in online exploitation, sexual and otherwise. And one of the biggest challenges you find is the issue of victim blaming. So many times we will go to schools, you'll even have conversations with your children, and the expectation is that I have told you once, so you should not put yourself in a position where you will be exploited. But we know that children will be children. You might tell them not to share their nudes, you might tell them not to do something that may put them at risk, but in the spirit of experimentation, of course the child is going to do it. The question now becomes, how do we move forward, having warned the child, and the child has gone ahead and gotten themselves into a situation where they're probably in trouble. And in most cases, that is where either victim blaming comes in, or use terminologies like, you should have known better. Or we can even bring it more locally, like, I take you to a good school, I have educated you, I have set policies, we have put structures on your phone, so you should have known better. But that is the approach now that removes the aspect of healing from the conversation. So what should we do? First of all, it is understanding where the child is coming from. Children will be children. And I like asking, even as adults, how many of us have fallen victims of online scams? By a show of hand. I have. Right? Is it fair for me to tell you you should have known better? Is it fair? So why should we say the same to children? And once you do that, you close the conversation or close the door for you to have an open and honest conversation with your child. That means that even if they're in trouble, they will keep it from you until the very last minute where you're finding a child is on the verge of suicide, or the child has mental health issues or eating disorders or sleeping disorders. And that is when you realize that, oh, I should have taken better steps to ensure that there was an open, safe space for conversation. So that brings me to the next point. Safe spaces for conversation about online and offline abuse. Okay? In most cases, we find that the online world is a reflection of our offline world. You will walk across the street and a man will cut whistle, right? Online is the same thing. You will put a beautiful photo and guys will be like, "Eish, super," and all those other terminologies that we use. Some of them are really degrading, others are just nice compliments. But acknowledging that what happens offline is what goes to the online platform. Only that in the online platform, people are more emboldened because I can use a fake name, I can use a fake account, so I can say whatever I want to say without necessarily facing the consequences. So calling out abuse for what it is another way of restoration and healing. Because if we do not address the fact that technology is not there to mask the evil that exists in our society, then in one way or another we are perpetrating that evil. So acknowledging it and speaking about it leads to healing. Another question, your child goes to school. Your school, this particular school X, calls out and says that this year we had 5 cases of online sexual exploitation, we had 10 cases of cyberbullying, and maybe we had 1 case of online sexual exploitation where a teacher tried to exploit a girl. Would you take your child to that school? Would you? That is wrong. I will take my child to that school because I know this school speaks up about abuse. They don't hide it. What happens in our society, and the reason why abuse is becoming so prominent both online and offline, is because we hide it. We don't want to acknowledge. We should actually have badges of honor for guys at schools and institutions that call out abuse, because it means they're being vigilant. If there are no cases being reported, maybe there are good schools or good platforms where generally no abuse takes place. That has like the perfect world. But in our current world, do you really think there is a situation where abuse is not occurring? Would you rather a school or a system that calls out abuse and brings out procedures on how to address this abuse, or would you rather an institution or a school that sits on it, buries its head in the sand and says, we're good, didn't happen. So if a teacher is caught abusing a child, they fire the teacher chini ya maji, he's sent to another school. Is that the system would really want? Exactly. So when we're looking at policy, when we're looking at healing, when we're looking at restitution, it means that we have to change our mindset on how we look at abuse. It is not a victim's fault. The victim should not have known better. Are we creating safe spaces for these conversations? Are we actually applauding the people who are talking about abuse, calling it out, and actually even making their work easier by supporting them so that they know it is okay to report when abuse has taken place, okay? So when you're looking at healing, it's not just about conversation. It means that we'll have to get our boots dirty, for lack of a better word. It means that we have to talk about it in places we wouldn't ordinarily talk about it. And if you see someone talking about it, you should actually applaud them, not try and bury it or make them look bad, because only in calling out the evil that is there in the society will we be able to start the process of healing and restorative justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can do better, please. We can do better. Imagine you are the one sitting there and giving those beautiful remarks. So you want people to clap for you? Yes. Thank you so much. Very authentic remarks. I mean, you're bringing the practical examples and practical learnings of what we should look into. Like, I'm even asking myself, there's a high school I went to. Actually, this teacher, he had girlfriends from Form 1 to Form 4. But because they didn't have power, he got so many ladies pregnant. And he was not still, like, we were not getting just, you know, when you are a student, you're just like, I can go to that principal and tell him, and then the next day you wake up and find yourself, but I don't have power. You know, power is good. Only the right hands. Amen. Okay. My question will go to Mr. Gata. How can the education system, just from our story, the education system and curriculum be strengthened to build the digital citizenship and promote online safety among young people, particularly girls and young women, and looking at our transforming education system? Because nowadays, CBC parents, hello, CBC parents, or Kenyans, CBC parents. So you find a child will come and ask, like me, I had my niece, she was like, can I have your phone to do my homework? I'm like, people nowadays do homework with the phone, you know? So how can we strengthen our education system so that even though they would like have a phone to go and Google search things online that they're supposed to be presenting in school, they still feel safe online? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Maybe to give justice to my full name, Ngomma. I'm the program specialist for social animal science at the UNESCO Regional Office for Western Africa. Thanks for having me in this beautiful panel, and thanks for the very insightful question that will allow me maybe to connect with some global framework before coming to the meat of the question itself. Global framework from the perspective of the UN Global Digital Compact, global framework from the African Union Continental Strategy on Artificial Intelligence, global framework also from the perspective of the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. All those frameworks speaks to the very relevance of the digital era and technology and how their role are becoming preeminent when it comes to education and to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal 4. So that gives kind of a perspective to really enforce our thinking vis-a-vis what should be in the education system to create the enabling environment for everyone, not just at the university level to start thinking about using technology, but from primary school, even from kindergarten, as it should be, vis-a-vis demystifying what it is coding, demystifying what it is science, technology, and innovation, because we can all do it. But if the curriculum is not created in such a way that this thinking is happening, then we are missing out. And we are always in a kind of catch-up coping mechanism with the technology evolving and you're trying to meet the gap, which is not the right way. And you did well to mention the CDC, which is trying to create this enabling environment for technology to be more present in the education system, for students to be having access to computers, to tablets, you name them, vis-a-vis facilitating their access to education. And to make it properly, you really have the need for this framework, policy framework that will allow that to happen. And this is what I wanted to highlight in terms of integration of digital literacy, for instance, into the curriculum. How much do we have in the curriculum throughout the education system a subject that will expose us to the realities of ICT, of data science, of coding, and the like, so that you get to know it, you get to know what it means to harness it for the betterment of your development. How do we anticipate the type of jobs that are needed for our societies to thrive, and how much the education system is aligned with the needs of the job market, so that we create a subject that will allow you to do what is needed to fill those gaps. And speaking about that, it's also about in harnessing those into the curriculum, how do we create a type of awareness for the review of the curriculum itself, so that it's not gender biased, so that it is not strengthening some existing social norms already that are undermining the understanding of gender equality, or creating more disparity between girls and boys, women and men, and so on. So that conversation is essential, and it's really about as minor things as ensuring that in the imaging present in some of our curriculum, how often is it that when you see someone going into fresh water, it will be a girl or a woman? Or how often do you see representation of someone driving a big truck or a pilot, it will be a man? How do we start challenging that, so much so that we create through the curriculum a type of understanding that access to education creates this equality of achievement of goals and so on. And when we think about curriculum and what we are targeting for the consumption of the student, we also need to think of the educators. How much are they aware of the trends that are ongoing, of the digital trend, of AI, of emerging technology, and how fit are they to really lead the conversation in primary, secondary, or university level vis-a-vis what is needed for the students to understand how to harness those technology. If themselves they are not equipped, how will they transmit the type of knowledge that will enlighten the student in what they need to do? And speaking about that, you have very critical conversation happening right now. In Kenya, we did what we call the readiness assessment on AI to see how much the Kenyan society is ready to embrace AI. And in some of the consultation, you will see the desperation of some university professors because they can no longer cope in terms of assessing the subject of their students when they submit their reports, because they use ChatGPT, they use all this new technology, which is good, but how much do you create a system whereby, by using it, you have also your own added value in the process, and it's not just a copy and paste mechanism. So all of that is really essential, and maybe related to our first speaker, the engagement of the community and the parents. How much are they part of the conversation to ensure that you don't create a system whereby the student will acquire information that will not reciprocate with the capacity of their parent to monitor, to support as they move along in that process. And maybe another point is how safe is everything we are doing. Because we speak about a technology that is thriving, as I mentioned earlier, where we are almost on a copy and paste, including on a consumer experience, where everything is developed elsewhere and you just acquire the iPhones, you acquire the tablets, you acquire, and you are contributing to the economy of others. So what is the thinking from the education setting that will allow us to also become producers rather than just consumers? And this should happen from kindergarten if you want to set the mindset of the kid to think that we can innovate, we can develop, we can produce. And that is really essential when we want to have that transformation happening. And maybe the last point, borrowing from the Gen Z protest, you saw yourself how amazing the youth will be using technology to promote some critical thinking and some having some conversation to express their perspective and their views. But you also saw the reaction in terms of undermining, in terms of adopting, in terms of really pushing them aside. Where do we start a conversation whereby when you see such talent, you create an enabling environment for them to thrive rather than undermining them? That also speaks to the capacity of the education system to facilitate that. So, so much so that we want to see the global conversation on transforming education happening, but ensuring that in our own national spaces, we have it happening as well. And in doing so, we should also be mindful of the existing gap between urban area and rural area. Because we speak about technology that has a cost in terms of access, that has a needed infrastructure for it to happen. You will not have school equipment tablets in a village somewhere in Concord where they don't have electricity, where they don't have internet. What will be the purpose of it? So how much do we have this 360 assessment of the whole landscape of the country to ensure equal access to education, including those technologies that will allow the transformation of the education we want to see. And it should be transformation vis-a-vis what we want from our context, not just a copy and paste from something happening elsewhere. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That was me, an expert. Can you clap for him? Come on. Okay, thank you. So as we close the panel, there's just this last remark I would like to hear from my lovely madam over here. So, how can advocacy around online safety be localized in international standards? Like, how can it be? Just that on the last remark that we finish.
Okay, yeah, I'll try and keep it brief. This challenge that we have right now is really a daunting one because unlike other child protection issues, online protection of children is a global problem, and now it has made the whole universe, the whole universe, so to speak, a village, because an abuser can be anywhere, can be in Australia, can be anywhere. And so the question that you have asked is really a challenging question in terms of how can we localize intervention within a challenge that is global. But notwithstanding, the truth is that solutions, much as there are global standards, much as there is need for concerted effort to combat online protection issues, of course, GBV in the online space, child protection issues of SEA and all that, we really need to also have customized kind of interventions. And what comes to my mind is something that is ongoing, a very good initiative in the Africa setting, and it is the development of the Africa model law on online protection of children. That is something that can be done in terms of coming up with laws that are consistent with culture, so to speak, because much as we have country-specific cultures, we also have, the African setting, which is unique and different from other types of settings. So the model law on online protection of children promises to bring it home, to make sure that we are sensitive of our setting in terms of being African. Again, something else that is, of course, ongoing as well. I must applaud, the NGOs. Child Fund, for example, has supported the development of materials for training the social workforce, coming up with training manuals that are developed internally. Of course, borrowing a lot from the global standards and all, we have customized some of these global standards in our setting, even as a country. So the development of the training manuals, the development of the standard operating procedures, materials that are tailored to reach out to young people, to children and all developed within the country is an effort to make sure that this is contextualized. We have, there is also need to come up with mechanisms that we can involve custodians of culture in Africa. We know that most people of the yesteryears are not tech savvy. They really are kind of, yes. Yes, so for me, again, I'm re-emphasizing the need for conversations with the custodians of culture so that when they talk about what needs to be done, then those who are tech-savvy can interpret it in the language of the digital, in the digital language. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Please, could people clap? I was not going to Wow. Are you feeling the heat in the room? Are you feeling the authentic conversations? If you ask your neighbor, are you feeling the authentic conversations? Sorry, I didn't as well. So as we close the conversation, it's in here. That are using TikTok, that are using Instagram, and all these other social media handles. How best can we improve to also be secure online? These are closing remarks. So whoever wants to start, I heard they say women first, but men before. Women before or men first. So whichever, yes.
Let me not shy away from the privilege of starting. And yeah, thank you for the question. And maybe for the sake of being brief, I will just invite the critical thinking that is needed every time you are scrolling through a message. You need to think twice before sharing. You need to think twice before liking. You need to think twice before putting a comment. and doing a kind of auto-criticism whether your contribution is meaningful in that conversation. What is the impact you are bringing, or what is the narrative shift you are pushing forward, going probably maybe against a violence that is being perpetrated in the conversation thread we are looking into. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Critical thinking. What out of sharing forward? What out of sharing forward in the next WhatsApp group? I'm seeing here. Yes?
Okay. For me, it's to the youth. Your youth today, you will be the parents tomorrow. What kind of children do you want to raise?
They are not clapping. They are not. You are looking at
I would say two things. One, advocate for yourselves online. So use the platforms to advocate for the issues that you think are very important. Secondly, report. If you see something you don't like, report it. Share it with your friends, report it.
All the nice punchlines have been taken. So I will wrap up by saying, no matter how effective, no matter how good the policies and laws in a country are, the government will never come to your home and make you implement those laws. So if the law says do not bully online, the government will not come and say if you're actually not bullying. If the law says that you can be compensated for an online abuse, they will not come knocking at your door and ask, have you been abused? How can we compensate you? So my take is this, my parting shot. Know what the law says, educate yourself so that you can know what to do in the instance of abuse so that you can report. And also remember, the policies just point or create a roadmap of what should be done. We as the society are the ones who set the pace for the kind of lives or interactions we want online. So again, choose wisely. We are youths today, parents tomorrow. What you wouldn't want to be done to you, don't do to others. What you wouldn't want to see being done to your relative, your sister, your brother, also don't do to others. And we can also be abusers. So as he said, again, think twice before you post. And once you post it, you cannot take it back. We say that when you send on WhatsApp, you delete for all, right? Or most of the social media sites. But the question I always ask kids also, I do a lot of kids, so indulge me, yeah? When I say it on my WhatsApp and I download it on my phone, right? And then you delete it on your end, will WhatsApp come and delete it from my phone? Will it delete it from someone who shared it, has put it in a flash disk? So even if you say you've deleted, nothing ever goes away. So think twice before you post. The internet and technology never forgets. And once you put it out there, you cannot take it back. Thank you.
Beautiful remarks. I wouldn't thank you enough, but thank you so much for some of the beautiful remarks. I hope all the young change makers who are in here now have like legit conversations on safety and security online. And even if we start podcasts, a lot of young people start podcasts by the way. We're always telling our stories through podcasts. So it would be a good conversation and a good site for us to be able to give insight and also educate other people. Tell your friend, educate. Thank you so much. We will clap for them before I hand over the mic to the owner who gave it to me. So we will clap. We have, how many of us met Daniel Arap Moi? How many of us know? Even if you met him in a book, it is well. You have met, you have interacted with him. How many of us? Yes. Do you remember how people used to clap for him? We remember? Very nice. So if you're next to someone who does not know Daniel Arap Moi, please educate. We are just educating, just create awareness until they sit down, okay? So we will clap for them until they are able to leave the stage and they are able to sit. That is how Moi wanted for us to clap for him. Okay, so thank you so much. You can exit the stage. please clap for the moderators as well. They have done a good job. See, they've done a good job. See, young people are doing good things. Yes, call us to moderate for your sessions. I will hand over the mic to Monoki. Thank you.
Marvel is giving me a bombastic side eye. I swear we are done. So thank you very much for indulging my young people. We are people that I work really, really closely with. We have had a really amazing panel of experts. I hope they are open to having these conversations outside the stage. Jackie, I hope we did you justice. She was my co-panelist, just wait to moderator. She was the co-moderator for this session. She's from UN Women. And to the amazing three young people, can we just give them, there's this thing that we do, it's still a 3-hand clap. But it's a 1, 2, 3, hug, 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 and one big kiss. Shall we? Okay, we practice. Okay? This is for practice. The clap goes 1, 2, 3, hug, 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 mwah. That was the practice. Can you now do the real thing? Can you do the real thing now? Please stand. We have three amazing young people and our amazing young gentleman from Ngomma. Where is he? Please stand. You know where they are, right? Yes. Please dedicate those kisses and hugs to them. Can we please them and do that? Okay? Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hug, hug, hug. So thank you very much. Have a lovely afternoon. Marvel.
Please give them a clap again. I think that was very creative, don't you think so? Okay, so now, where is group? We were looking at 3 questions. Question A. So where is group 1 and 2, who is representing them? You have only less than 5 minutes. These are those 2 5 minutes we talked about in the morning. Group 1 and 2, who is your presenter? Group 3 and 4, where is the presenter? Please come. 3 and 4, please come and have a seat here. Group 5 and 6, who is your presenter? 5 and 6, who is your presenter? Okay. You're there. Where is group 3 and 4? Well, you're the presenter. Okay. So you know you have like 5 minutes, the true ones. You remember the one who talked in the morning? Yes, the ones that you end up talking alone. Yeah, if you like talk over. Let's see if this is working.
Hi everyone. Hi once again. Hi. My name is Damaris Nyono and I'll be presenting group 1 and 2 and I'm a bit nervous.
And so breathe, and then even if you don't say everything, you're going to share it with the rapporteurs. The rapporteurs, please put up your hands. And anybody who has notes for them, please give them. And please, rapporteurs, follow them up. Okay. So don't hyperventilate like you're trying to finish everything. It's not a must you finish everything. Even 2, 3 points are enough. Just relax. But it is 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you all once again. So I'll be tackling question 1, which was more on positive masculinity and the role that men are playing. And one of our key points were men should equally be sharing decision-making spaces where girls and young women can actively participate and amplify their voices in the decision-making forums and community dialogues. Because if women are given an opportunity to participate in this forum, they can also be at the front line in shaping the solutions and also fighting against the injustices happening to them. And another thing that we highlighted is that there is need for men to start speaking up and fighting the norms that have been. Men should toughen up, men should not be speaking out each time they have mental issues. So for us, the community, to create safer spaces for them to articulate and also share their problems. And another thing is for both of us to collaborate in advocacy efforts in addressing social injustices and inequalities happening with within our communities. And another thing is that there's need for us to involve men as male champions in fighting for gender-based violence and for them to be ambassadors of change through reporting and involving them in our advocacy initiatives. And the need for men to understand that support can be in other forms apart from economic support. They can still coexist in a friendly environment, building healthy relationships within family. Because it's not always every time that men needs to be the breadwinner of the family. They can also support women in other forms, apart from providing for them. And another thing is that rejecting toxic masculinity and embracing equality in relationships, especially parenting and equally raising of children, can lead to positive masculinity. I'm just finishing. Okay. Yes, one important point is that holding, for both of us, peers to start holding each other accountable from harmful behaviors, breaking the barrier, and men being in the front line in participating and promoting healthy behaviors.
Group 3 and 4, where is the representative? Okay. So I don't know if you can match that by keeping time. You think you can? She's done really well, even though she was panting. You have exactly 5 minutes, starting now. Oh, good.
Good afternoon. So for group 3 and 4, my name is Jojo. I work for FAWE. Now for group 3 and 4, we were discussing successful gender transformative initiatives. I believe that is question 2. And we decided to group these initiatives, looking at what is happening at the regional level. And then we went ahead to look at what is happening at country level, where we give a few examples of what is happening in each and every country that was represented in our group. So at the regional level, the transformative actions or initiatives that we were able to identify were ratification of various conventions to support women and girls. Like a good example is the newly ratified AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, which I believe Kenya will be the second country after that other country, Djibouti, to ratify this. And I strongly believe that that is the reason why we are hosting this particular summit. And after this, we will see to it that Kenya becomes the second to ratify this. And then there is also the African Union Women and Youth Financial Inclusion Initiative that aims at empowering women and youth economically. At the country level, we have various initiatives. To begin with the good things that are happening in Rwanda. There is this program referred to as Iranishikirwa. That was a bit tough. It's a couples program that aims to address violence from holistic level by engaging both men and women in romantic relationships. That's quite interesting, right? To address intimate partner violence. I will come and like mark there. And then there is another good initiative in Uganda, that is SASA program. I believe you know all what SASA stands for. That is START, Awareness, Support and Action. It's an evidence-based initiative that intends to mobilize the community to prevent violence against women. From Uganda, we looked at what is happening in Kenya and other countries. Like in Kenya, we have the national government affirmative action, which is doing quite a lot to support women. Firstly, under this initiative, we have government policy, also referred to as Kenya Access to Government Procurement Opportunities. That is AGPO, where women, youth, and people living with disability access up to 30% of procurement opportunities. The same, under the affirmative action, we have funds set aside for women. That is the Women Enterprise Fund that supports women's socio-economical needs. And then we also have scholarship programs, and we also have, Padagal programs under this initiative. And also under the affirmative action, we have seen an increase of women in various political positions. A number of women being nominated to National Assembly, that is Parliament and county assemblies and various places of leadership. And under this, we have also seen establishment of GBV centers, child protection units in police stations, and we have also seen safe spaces coming up to support victims of violence. And of course, when you leave Kenya, you go to South Sudan, there is also another very good initiative there. That is community centers that brings women together to do savings. Talk about the village and village what? BSLA, silk, and all that stuff. Just to conclude, so that I don't take much time, there is male engagement initiatives, like what we had our good brother presenting here. He's an executive of a male organization, a male engagement organization, where men are also brought to the table to discuss their role and just to ensure that they see women not as sex pets, but as sisters and people that are also important in the society. And then we also have in Uganda the National Development Plan 3 that recognizes gender equality and economic empowerment as a critical socio-economic transformation, where the president has set aside some funds. Very nice initiative for women. It's just the same as the affirmative action in Kenya. But in Uganda, it is called Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program Fund, something like that. And so many other initiatives. So I believe my 3 minutes is over. I had promised that I'll use 3 minutes. So I want to donate 2 minutes to you so that you can donate to another presenter.
Thank you very much for taking your 5 minutes. Group 3. Group 3, exactly 5 minutes. But what I like are those, how will I call them? I like the examples from different countries. Don't you think so? There's something interesting that Femna did a few years ago, and I thought it was brilliant. We traveled to Ngomma Bay with over 150 participants from about 15 countries, and it was beautiful. We went to benchmark to actually see what these communities were doing on the ground. And there's a community in Migori. Those people have fought gender-based violence on another level. It should be, I don't know how come they're not in the media a lot, but that was beautiful. You see a place that was ridden with gender-based violence, very calm, with male champions in the community. That's when I encountered, that's the first time I encountered positive masculinity, and it was a beautiful thing to behold. Actually, this is, you know that statement where we say it takes a village to raise a child. So this, it stops there, it takes a village, meaning it takes all of us to move positive masculinity forward to end GBV in our communities. Let's welcome group 3. Group 5 and 6, you have like 5 minutes. You know the true ones? Yeah, the true ones.
Hi everyone. My name is Lydia Karancha from Fawe, Kenya. So the question was about harmful social gender norms. We are talking about gender. Gender is the social constructive characteristic given to us by the society. We know norms, this is unwritten rules. So the harmful social gender norms that we are going to unpack them, assess them, and also how it manifests in the places that we are today. So the first one we saw was men are dominant, whereby women should obey them. Men are expected to make decisions. As far as women, our work is just say yes. The way the current situation, we are ticking boxes in this government. So the next one, women bodies must be controlled. Most of the time in the gender norms, the harmful gender norms, whereby we are seeing FGM, that is female genital mutilation. At the age of 9, a girl is supposed to be mutilated. Like I don't have something to be controlled. When you ask, they are saying they are reducing, it's called sexuality. Now sexuality. And also child marriages. And when there's someone talk about adult being put in, when a girl is born, there's a flower. So meaning there's someone, always there's a flower to pluck. So for me, because of that harmful gender norms, a girl is ignorant to go to school. So that's one of the things. Men are supposed to be tough and women inferior, whereby most of the time, today we are talking about positive masculinity, but we have masculinity itself, whereby a man is told not to cry when he's supposed to be crying. And also today, we have men who are being abused in their relationship or marriages. They're not speaking out because they are told men are not supposed to be weak. So this is some of the harmful gender norms we have. And also on the type of women being inferior, most of the time when they're seeking for justice, women are not supposed to talk even in leadership spaces. And also men are supposed to be inherit properties. Most of the countries, as women are not supposed to inherit properties. For example, today if a girl is married, comes back home, she cannot get that properties. That's making so many women die silent in abusive marriages. That's very ending us promoting gender-based violence, whereby there's a cycle of violence going on each day. And also, some communities say men have to beat their wives to show them her love. And also, I have to be beaten to know that this man should be respected. And also, there's communities whereby women are not allowed to speak on sexual and reproductive health rights. It's men who sit down, decide on our bodies. There's communities and cultures who say a woman cannot go to a burial until it's over. We have cultures, we have religion like Muslims, they go bury and then it goes shown the graves. And then we have cultures who have to stay there for a month and then go back to my own business. And then there's, when it comes to women, when I sleep with so many men, I'm called a prostitute. But when a man will sleep with so many women, he's called a G. So that is a very harmful stereotype for us. And also, when it comes to leadership, so many cultures take women like we are not supposed to lead. Men are supposed to lead, and as we follow. So they are not given leadership opportunities in their house. And also, men are supposed to go to school, whereas we remain at home doing domestic work. Thank you.
I was actually enjoying that session. Can you imagine? Okay. I was finding it very interesting. So now we would like to do our last session before our real last session, the interactive session, and it's with Daniel Mulati and Ms. Priscilla Karobia. So they're going to be looking at child sexual exploitation in sports. I would like to see them like here at the front. And you have only 20 minutes, and they are true 20 minutes. They have something very interesting, Daniel is the head of child participation, ECPAT International. Ms. Priscilla Karobia, I wanted to say this, that's why I read it. Ms. Priscilla Karobia is lady captain, Vet Club Golf. Yes. They play golf. Okay. They're going to be looking at understanding the risks and realities of sexual exploitation in sports, and then they will address safeguarding strategies to end SEC across various sports disciplines, ensuring that all young athletes, regardless of their sport, are protected from exploitation. Here you go.
Thank you. We have very limited time, and I want us to really stick to the 20 minutes that we've been given. And sports is a subject that we all relate to. We all have our favorite sports, whether we actively participate in the sport or we just, cheer our teams. I would have told you my favorite team, but I don't want some people here to laugh at me because of the standing. So I'll keep that to myself. But sport is really a subject that we all relate to. And if you just reflect a bit to when you developed interest in that sport, you will notice that it was in your childhood. Whether either as a child or as a young person is when you developed interest in that particular sport. And yes, sports plays a vital role in the growth and development of children and even young persons, but also presents unique vulnerabilities for abuse and exploitation because of the obvious power imbalances between the players, the child players, and the coaches or the people who coach them in a sport. So the power imbalances, but also the weak oversight. No one really bothers to oversight the academies, the football academies, or the sports academies, the various sports academies that we have. And most children also develop interest in the sports in school. But also notice that when you get to the level of competitive sports or extracurricular activities in schools, most schools, I will speak for Kenya, engage outsiders to come and coach students, especially if they want to go all the way to the national levels. They look for expert coaches, people who have little or no training in child handling skills, or people who have no training or knowledge at all of safeguarding. And they come into schools and they have access to engage and coach children. Recently we had an incident that really, I don't know whether it's a sport, but it's an art, the drama festivals. with one school in Western Kenya, Butere, where a politician had been allowed to come and coach children, and they went all the way to the national level. And there was that, statement from government saying it shouldn't have been that way, that we have outsiders, politicians, or people who have no training at all, who cannot be held accountable because, they are not teachers in those schools, but yet we allow them to come and engage and coach children. I'm just trying to bring out the issue of vulnerabilities and how sports can also be an avenue through which predators can use to access children and young people and abuse them or exploit them. So there's weak oversight, but also maybe little to no safeguarding policies or frameworks in place. We have football academies, and we have parents in this room. I am a parent as well. I have a 2-year-old, and I can already notice he loves football. And in future, of course, I want to nurture and support his talent. I might enroll him in a football academy. But do we ever pause to just think about what are the safeguards that have been put in place by those academies so that they can protect children from potential predators? Because the coaches are not trained with child handling skills. And I don't think most of these academies have programs or policies in place to also raise awareness among the young footballers or whatever the sport is, as well as the coaches, so that they are aware of their responsibility that they have, but also have the policies to make them accountable for their actions. And I'll start by highlighting some few cases that I came across, especially within the region. And I can start with my personal experience. I teach Sunday school in church as well. And there's this young girl in our neighborhood, a 12-year-old girl, who really loved singing. And the mother, who's my neighbor, really wanted to support this young girl so that she can maybe pursue that route and become, a great artist in future. And so she looked for a coach, a voice coach, who can also play a guitar, to be coming home to train this girl to coach her, voice coaching, but also teach her how to play the guitar. And so he brought in a 30-something young man to be coming home every Wednesday for 2 hours to coach and train this girl. And later on, the mom told me the girl started singing very rated love songs. And when the mom asked where, she was learning those songs, the girl said the teacher was using those songs to coach her. So the teacher used that to slowly introduce the love language and then talk, and slowly started grooming the girl. And then, so we brainstormed, and I told the moms, the hours this guy comes over for that, why can't you just one day come in and announce? She did that, and she found them in a compromising position. A 30-something old man with a 12-year-old girl. So sometimes we might have very good intentions, but the people that we are introducing into the lives of our children and young people to coach them, to train them in their various sporting activities and areas of interest can also take advantage of our children and young people if we are not careful. And because our time is almost up, I wanted to highlight a few cases that I came across as I was looking up some data on the internet. So in Gabon, a country within Africa, just last month, FIFA imposed a lifetime ban on a coach called Patrick Asamoah, a former coach of Gabon's under 17. So both were all children that he had been coaching were children under 17 team, after he was found guilty of sexually abusing multiple players, and here this over a period of 15 years. 15 years. He had been a coach for 15 years, doing that without being noticed, until he took the intervention of the local media, and then FIFA came in to conducting investigations, they found him guilty, and he was banned by FIFA. But of course, as we always do, African countries, we dispute and say this, FIFA is interfering with our local football issues. And so the government also just brushed it off. And then there's another one. In Mali, in 2023, so the Gabon one was last month. But now, in Mali, in 2023, FIFA again also banned a coach called Amadou. I can call Amadou someone. I am not very, I wish Nene was here. But also for sexually abusing female players. And guess what? Again, the government disputed and allowed the coach to continue with coaching the players. Even after FIFA conducted investigations, found it was true, and banned him. And then in DRC, again in 2023, football coach Jonathan, the second name is a bit difficult, was also suspended by FIFA over child sexual abuse allegations. And then closer home, in Kenya, a study was done, and it was found that 57% of female athletes in training camps reported having been sexually abused by their coaches. More than half, 57. And then again, last month, in March 2025, in South Africa, the Anglican Church admitted failure in handling abuse allegations involving youth sports activities in one of the institutions, just last month. And now you can see sexual exploitation of children and young people in sports is real. But how many of the many organizations, I can see so many logos there, how many of us program around SEC in sports? None. Football and whatever activities. We are doing that because we want to nurture them. So sexual exploitation of young people in sports is a real problem, and we need to, as civil society organizations, so that we can raise awareness in these football or sports institutions, and maybe engage governments to also come up with the legal frameworks to regulate how these active institutions run the activities, so that we can protect our children and young people from sexual exploitation and abuse. And some of the risk factors, I have already mentioned almost all of them. The power imbalances between the coaches and the young people, weak or absent safeguarding frameworks. I actually doubt if we have any football or any sports institution that has safeguarding policies. Maybe you can try that and find out how many of them do. Because I know even schools, maybe they don't have. They rely, of course, on the government policies. But they, again, allow outsiders to come and coach young people under their custody. And then another risk factor is social stigma and fear of reporting. Most of these young people are not aware, and that's why I'm challenging us to go out and engage them, raise awareness amongst young people, but also in the absence of accessible and confidential reporting mechanisms for them, even if they are aware, then they are not able to get the support they need. So we also want to engage the institutions so that they can put in place proper reporting mechanisms that are accessible to young people, but also responsive to reports, so that we can encourage young people to report and seek help, but also raise awareness and even train the coaches on safeguarding and child protection issues, and probably engage the institutions also to enact or develop policies. And one of the main components of any safeguarding policy is safe recruitment. So when they're recruiting coaches, they should also follow the procedures of safe recruitment. They can do police background checks on the coaches just to ascertain that these people are safe to engage with children and young people. And also promote a culture of accountability and empowerment. Empower children and young people, but also now hold them or put in place accountability mechanisms for the adults and young people who engage with children and young people. This session was supposed to be interactive, I've used almost the time to just give a background, almost all the time to give a background to this topic, to bring it closer home. And I have a co-facilitator. Maybe I can hand over to her to also say something and tell us about their golf activities. And because she's one of the leaders in the golf sector in this country, I want to ask her, what are the safeguarding measures that you have put in place, especially in your own local club, to protect the young golfers? Over to you, Madam Priscilla.
Hello, hello, hello. So you clap for my co-presenter. I've been hearing you being begged to clap. If we had time, I would have made you stand and you clap for us in a nice way. But maybe another day, another session. My name is Priscilla Karobia. You heard me being introduced by the moderator as captain, as the lady captain. This is because I've been lady captain of Vetrap Sports Club in Kabete at the university for the last maybe 2 years. I was a vice captain, then captain. I am also a board member of the Junior Golf Foundation, which is an affiliate of the Kenya Golf Union and also Kenya Ladies Golf Union. So I've been there, done that, and won the t-shirts. I played golf for 33 years. How many of you have any clue about what golf is? No, just by show of hands. Whoever have ever had? Oh, nice. 1, 2. He wants to learn, I'll teach him. I know he plays golf. So, golf is a very interesting sport. And like Daniel said, none of us actually, I've been playing for 33 years. I have never even thought that there was negative masculinity in golf. Because I think I was able to play for a club, I was able to pay for my caddy. You know what a caddy is? How many know what who a caddy is? Who do you know who is a caddy? Wale watu wanabeba mipira. Okay, she says that caddies are those people, both ladies and men, who carry the golf bag. Right? So they have girls and we have men, female and male. Now those girls get harassed by the golfers who they carry for. And they carry, after the game, they tell them, give me your number. They call them, where can we have a drink? And then, you know, and one thing leads to another. But I'll tell you, right now here in this room, there is a lady captain for caddies from my club. Sarah, you want to stand and wave at people? Sarah is the lady captain for lady caddies. And we have a man captain for the male caddies. So when I was, by the way, I forgot to thank Edward for making us come here. Thank you very much. When we had this discussion with Willie, I told him I have had complaints, but I've never witnessed. So when I engaged Sarah, she told me, yeah, but you know, they cannot report because the boss will report us and get us removed from the club. So in short, there are many challenges. And the challenges and the risks our caddies are facing in the golf courses are female caddies versus the male caddies. They bully them because they are caddies, they cannot take the bags fast. They have to, you wait, it's our turn. What makes the girl caddy less than the male caddy? Nothing. Then we have other risks like the female caddies versus the male golfers. That is the main area. Even without belaboring the point, we need to protect our girl caddies, our lady caddies from these golfers. They have the means. Some of them are very handsome. Some of them are irresistible. But hey, that girl is a wife of somebody. Right? That girl, Kadi, is a sister of somebody. That girl, Kadi, is a daughter of somebody. So she deserves to be protected. And then there will be the female cadets versus the coaches. We have people we call professionals. You know, pro trainers, the people who train us to become golfers. They see a nice looking girl with a nice figure. She comes and she swings as a fantastic golf swing. And then he tells her, you know what? I like your swing. I like you. Why? So you go like somebody else, let me learn golf. So we have all these challenges. But like Daniel said, I'm happy to report that in my club, we have some safeguarding strategies that we are putting into place. Today, if we employ any body, any pro, any officer who interacts with golfers, they have to sign a contract and a code of conduct. And I also know that we have, by the way, I was privileged to bring a few people here. I brought somebody from Royal Golf Club. David, you want to wave? He's from Royal Golf Club. You want to go and you think you leave me at Royal, he can train you how to play golf. Samburu is here, he's a pro, and sorry for talking about the other pros, but it is the reality. Buru is from Bethlehem, then we have Melissa Wanjiru, and we have Jackie. Those are associated with golf. Those are people who are associated with golf. So what we are saying is, these safeguarding strategies that we have put into place will be only successful if we work and collaborate with the organizations I see here, with our organizations in the golfing society, in the golfing circles, that is the Kenya Golf Union, the KLGU, and the JGF, the Junior Golf. So my last thing before, I've not been given minutes, but she's standing up. How many of you take your children on Saturdays for games? How many of you wake up on Saturday to take your kids for sports? How many? What sports do you take your kids to?
Soccer.
Who else take their kids to somewhere on Saturday morning? So you say Kenya CBC, Maureen. They go where? For swimming, horse races. So I can already hear some interest in sports areas. Are you ever afraid something can happen to your baby when they're there? Are you afraid? And what are you doing as a parent? I rest my case, Madam Moderator. Thank you for having us. Be careful. Check who you're leaving your kids with. And I'm sure we'll have this discussion in detail. And have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Please give them another clap. I like the way they are so passionate. Have you noticed? Somebody like Daniel, I would want to clone him and take him to schools. That passion, to make sure that our children are safe. That you believe your child when they tell you the story until you investigate, isn't it? So that the child doesn't feel like I will not talk. I liked that point. That if we shut conversations with our children, I think in our era, I won't tell you which era I am, just guess with your eyes. And that is where I will leave it. Most of us, I think our parents used to do what? Who remembers? If you had your friend was in trouble, and she comes and reports to her mom, or especially her mom, not even her dad, what were they doing first? What were they doing first? Why are people pretending they are not my age? and I can see like I'm on my own. I think most of the time, what we used to go through was people used to be slapped fast. And you'd be told, do not spoil people's names and families. That man is very educated. That man is very rich. That family is very up there. I don't know, you guys never used to remember those things. In fact, if your friend told you fast, you even want you have this whole debate whether to talk or not. Can you imagine? This is the culture we find ourselves in. And I think by now, we should be creating a different culture. What do you think? Let's believe our kids first, and then talk to them and do your investigation. You're a clever parent. You're a clever parent. You're not like going to look at our kids and beat them up and then now exacerbate the whole situation. Because if that kid is abused, can I shock you? Half or 80 or 90% of the abusers, they were abused. They don't know any better. We're not going to excuse, but they don't know any better. If you watch a lot of these documentaries, you find out that this person's story along the way, they were abused. And it could have come from a parent who didn't believe them, and they could have stopped it. Let's be the parents who stop it. Let's be the parents who give our children the audacity to speak. Okay? So now, as we come to the closing session, just before we do logistics, I would like to call Mr. Timothy Ekesa, the Director of Kenya Alliance for Advancement of Children, CARC. He's going to take us through a brief session on key learnings and takeaways for today. Please give him a big clap. Yes, now that's how we are doing. Yes, you can put a microphone there.
Thank you, Margaret. Let's clap for Margaret. She's very marvelous. She's led us so well this the whole day. As she rightly says, my name is Timothy Ekesa, although the children like calling me Tim because Timothy is solo and I work at CARC. How are you this evening? Do you feel like starting the workshop? Yes. You people are so boring. You know, if you don't talk to me, we stay here until 9 o'clock. Okay? Yeah, because I've just come in and I have a lot of energy and I want us to start the workshop right now. Are we okay? Yes. We can do an energizer? Aha. Who is going to give us one? Who? Somebody say me. Come. Come. Where are you? Come, honey. Come. Where are you? Oh, she's hiding. Who can help her? She's coming. Okay, come. Here. Right here. Give us an energizer. Let's see that.
Can we stand up? Yes, of course. She's such a lovely girl. Okay, I want us to play a game. So when I say ba, you do like this. Both hands. Bado. 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 Ba. Bado. Bado. Ba. Bado. Ba.
She's telling us about Bado and something, okay? I'm very good energizer. First of all, I want to thank all of you. I was not here early in the morning, but my colleague read for me my speech because I was elsewhere. But I was following the meeting throughout up to when I came in the afternoon. This is a very important session. If you have not spoken since morning, this is your opportunity to do what? To speak. We just want to see what are some of the key takeaways we've had for this day. We've had so many sessions, we've had so many speakers, we've had so many interesting things, we've had some new names. What do you call that guy who carries things? What? Kadi. You see, new things we are learning here. So what you're going to do, I just want us to take a very few minutes. We'll not go on for so long. I know that you're all tired, but the meeting is just starting. Tomorrow is another big day that we have. But I think as we go home, there are a few things that we've been learning through. Sindio? From morning. Okay? I just start with the key speakers. You know, that session is usually a very interesting session. Everybody stands up and talks and sits down. Talks and sits down. Talks and sits, and I was watching the whole of it. Just from our key speakers, what were some of the key takeaways? From our key speakers, from Johari, we had the Deputy Governor, we had Dr. Nancy Barasa, we had Mr. Antonio. I just want us to, only 3 key takeaways. What are some of the things that stuck in your mind? And I'm just going to pick a random 3 of them, then we move on. Okay? And there's a mic. Who's going to help us with the mic? Somebody can help us with the mic. Key 3 things that are takeaways. Just raise your hand up. Something that really stuck you from the speakers, the main speakers we had today, including Dr. Obonyo. Okay, over there. Magdalene, or is it Jesus Magdalene? Okay. Just put it on the mic. Just say it. You don't have to greet us, we know you.
So my key takeaway from the morning session was that about positive masculinity. So positive masculinity is not about diminishing men, but it is a powerful tool to challenge the negative norms.
Who said that, if you remember? The deputy? From the deputy governor. If you remember, yeah, I was listening to him. Actually, what he spoke, everything he was speaking was like a quote. I had that quote. Thank you very much. Let's clap for Mary Magdalene. Second point from another speaker, not the same speaker. Yeah, over there. Just hand me the mic, then another mic there. There. After you.
Good afternoon. My takeaway point was gender-based violence is not caused by monsters, but it's caused by a mindset.
And actually there's a very good point there. We are being told that it's no longer hiding, it's the open, okay? Yeah. Okay, next. Good girl. We need a GBV to speak. You can pass the mic to her as she speaks. We are taking the last point from her.
My key takeaway from Dr. Josephine Obonyo. First of all, gender-based, like positive masculinity, sometimes men practice these issues or they fall into victim of being the perpetrators, not because they know, but because they don't know what they are doing. Wow. So they need to be informed and empowered.
Thank you. Let's clap for her. We need to do a lot of awareness. At times it's ignorance, and it was said by our keynote speaker. Thank you very much for being very attentive. Then the last one, or second last, these tables, they are talking. The other tables in Siberia. Amma, you are not listening?
Thank you. My key takeaway today is GBV no longer hides in the shadows.
No longer in the shadows. Again, a quote from who? The PS. Okay, thank you very much. I think people are really listening in the morning. The final one.
My takeaway is there was a quote that mentioned power can be used to bring harm. It can also be used to bring death.
Wow. Yeah, thank you. Speak like her, you look like her. Now, after that, we had a very nice lunch. How many people remember the lunch? I'm sure it was the apex of everything, okay? What did we take away from the lunch? How the research was done. One thing that struck you when we were doing the lunch, when the big lady and her team were here doing the lunch. You don't remember anything? Out of the lunch? What do you mean? Just raise your hand and say. About the research or about the lunch? There's a point over there. Who is with the mic? Please, can you go to the mic? Another mic over there, so that we finish. Just pass on the mic over there, over that table. Then to Mama over there. About the lunch. Quickly, because we don't have much time. Maybe you can speak as she gets the mic. No, over there. The mic is going there, not to Poligo. I had. Over there.
What I took from the lunch is that it had been very well done. And the sample was big. And the girls did a beautiful job. And then I picked this. She lives is a good sign of life.
She lives? Okay, over there. I love this she lives, guys.
Hello everyone. What I took from the launch was about inclusivity and also intergenerational collaboration, because those girls involved the stakeholders and they did reach out to them. All the support that they needed they were given, and that's why it was successful research.
Inclusivity and intergenerational. Okay, give her the mic. You know that's her boss. She can start me. She's the CEO of Polycom. Okay, who is speaking? It's the same point. So, thank you. It's the same point. They are thinking alike and they are copying. Those people used to copy in class. They used to copy notes from each other. Okay? Then after the launch, I think we moved on to a very good panel discussion. The first panel discussion we've had it this afternoon, but they were setting up in the morning. But I want us to see from the panel discussion, I know when we did it, most of you have already had lunch. Okay? Why did we pick from the first panel discussion on engaging men and boys in gender justice, on ending violence against women and girls? I think the session that was being done by a panel of 4, where Michael was. Where's Michael? Mike, has he gone away? He has run away. I wish you'd have said something about him. That session, the first panel, what key things stood out for that? Again, same people. The other people are not speaking. Can we have the 2 mics? One here, one the other side. Where is the other mic? Yes, if you have the mic, pass it on. Be speaking as the mic goes to that table.
Okay, thank you. So from the panel I picked out is for all of us to avoid double standards, because there are some people who say men should do this and this, and then we try to open up when I say postal who judge them like you. Sorry, Mama what? Mama the Mama's voice. Mama's voice, yes.
Mama's voice.
Yes. So we need to avoid double standards and to learn to acknowledge and acknowledge each and everyone that we become.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. Let's clap for her. Let's give us a lot of people from that land, from Matoka land.
Hello. Hi. My name is Josephine Timan. And what I learned about positive masculinity is that we should teach men and boys on the, for example, when you hear about gender equality, what you think is just about women and girls. But when we explain this to boys and men, I think it will create positive masculinity mentality to them.
Thank you. I hope they don't take us we are making that, because these are points that are going to really work with us as we look at the report. Over here to our participant here, so the address I had earlier. Can you have the other mic? Over there, then it comes back here. Over there, yes?
My key takeaway home today is creating safe spaces to enable boys and men to speak, explore, and have conversations around
Speak, flow, and again the governor added in ignite, so that you also get ignited, okay? I think that's very important. Yes, you have to speak.
Okay, what I do from that panel is that we need to first clarify some of the terminologies that we use. For example, gender, because gender is understood in different ways. And some people have biases when we talk about gender.
Thank you. Clarification of terms, very important. What is gender? Very important. Yes? You have the floor, then you come back here. We're finishing that. We'll not talk about everything. We just want to pick a few things and we'll move on. Yes, you have the floor.
The third champion also said there is light at the end of the tunnel. And being a man is not how loud you are, but how safe are people around you.
Here. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that point, yes.
My key takeaway from because the panel is full of men is when as we want to fight against gender-based violence, we have to include a collaborative aspect approach whereby men are supposed to be inclusive and also having a safe space for men, because there's a saying that one of the panelists did in the morning, like
how many men, how many boys in a day can impregnate a woman. So that was very key. If all the organization here and working about the cultural empowerment, you can empower a woman, but you cannot leave them to devils. So let's empower everyone.
Do you people know that ECPAT has a project on boys initiative? A very big project on boys initiative. It's good to hear women talking about boys and men. It sounds nice. Let's clap for all the women. Yes?
Okay, my key takeaway was labeling is very detrimental to a person's mental health, depending on how you label this person. So for example, it was said that when you call a man, or when you tell a man that they shouldn't fear or they should be in a certain way, then it's like you're modeling this man or this boy to become that which you have labeled them in the future. So they shy away from expressing themselves in a way that should help them. So I think it is good to think critically, know how you label a person, know how you label a boy when he's still a boy. Because I believe that when someone grows up, it becomes difficult to change this person's perspective of how they feel about themselves or how they see the community. Yes.
Thank you. Now she's making a presentation. But I think if you want to know, you can go to Genge. I'm sure there are good ideas in Genge that you can be able to get from that. Let me turn this side. For that, we are going to the next session. Before we finish this session, yes, I know. Don't you want to say something? Just give her the mic, then we finish with you. Okay? Yes,
my key takeaway was what Honorable Adala said. When we invite guests, we need to have a conversation with them that they sit through the sessions. Because they made their opening remarks, they have got no idea about the fruitful and rich discussions that we have. So going in future, we probably need to redesign how we do our agenda.
In the future, we shall be inviting them in the morning and we ask them to speak in the evening. So that they can stay, okay? Yes. Thank you. Okay, you have the floor.
One of the speakers said if everything we discuss is not put into a law or a policy, it is a waste. And then if I'm to quote Mr. Paul, he said, man to man, let us mentor the young boys and not wait for the women to do so for us.
Mentorship, very important, and policy, very important. The last point, then we move to the next session. I know there are many points. All of you want to speak, but you have the opportunity to speak. This is the only place you have to speak before you leave, okay? You have the floor.
For me, it's the evening session, the afternoon panelists. Yes. One says that we are more consumers and producers, and it took me to thinking into a lot, because when we are trying to bring about measures to help in putting online safety and security for everyone, we are more or less, in those gadgets that we have, in everything that we get, we are consumers. So we need to think critically when we are coming up with strategies. Where should we put our energy and our efforts?
Thank you for transiting us to the next panel too. She's already gone to the second panel. I think that's where the one that was here of Kilundu, of Ngata, of Athena and Amanda. I think that's where we are. That's where she has transited us to. And I think it's important. It was a very good session. Also a session that brought up so many big issues. And also I'm sure that some of you picked something from that panel. Who is going next after her? Let's raise our hands to see how many people want to speak so that we stop the clock before it reaches 5. Okay? Give her the mic. Then give the mic here and here. And the only GWW is speaking. The other people who are not GWW will stop talking. How about the reach ETC? End of thinking capacity. I know you are not, you're still young. Speak.
Okay, so my key takeaway from the second panel discussion was do unto others what you want others do unto you. Today you are a lady, today you are a girl, tomorrow you are a parent. Yeah, that's my key takeaway.
You are now a youth, you are a parent, but you didn't want to agree with that. I think you will make it forever. Okay, next.
Yeah, my key takeaway from that session was that calling out abuse for what it is what will lead us to healing.
Wow, wow, very important. what will lead us to healing, calling it the way it is. Calling it the way it is. I think that's very important. It's a very powerful point that I also had from that session. Who is the third one to go? Yes?
My takeaway from the second panel was that exposing gender-based violence instead of hiding it. She was telling us the example of the ex-school. So if those schools exposing gender-based violence or exploitation, are we going to send our children to that school or not? So everyone was saying no, but we have to save them because at least they have to conducting or exposing the.
Thank you very much. I think that's very important. A point as you go home right now. You have the mic.
One of the speakers said we should acknowledge the people who are helping us fight GBV or online sexual harassment and all those things. Then I think another said, I don't know if it was this panel or the other, but I just remember.
Yes,
he said we should always think twice while we are scrolling or before we post or liking or anything.
Yeah, it was this one. Yeah, it was this panel we were discussing. Think before post, and again, she said that internet never forgets. Yeah, even if you delete it, the footprints of internet will always remind you one day, even when you are 80 years like me. Okay? Who are ready? The next person with the mic? Yeah?
My key takeaway was from Ms. Akina, who says that institutions that call out abuse are being vigilant, and they're the ones that bring procedures that solve these abuses.
Wow, thank you very much. Kiludi talked about some institute. You remember the institute? The African? You people are not listening. She talked about the African model law. On what? On protection, on AI, on online exploitation. I think there is, to me, that was a very important point. How do we handle this thing from our African perspective? And I think it's a question that a lot of the young people ask them. Okay? So the final person this side, anybody who had anything in that session? Oh, you're here. Yeah, then the final one.
Okay, my key takeaway from Amanda's closing remarks. She says we should advocate for ourselves through the platform, like the cyberbullying, and through the TikToks, the Facebook. So we shouldn't keep silent, we should have to talk about it. And two also spoke about reporting. So I know some of us that the cyberbullying has been happening for us, but we're not reporting. But it says we should report and report. Thank you.
By show of hands, how many people work on the hashtag? The three hashtags that we are given today. How many people posted anything? Just raise your hand and I shake the devil. God is seeing you. You see, Mama, people are doing so badly. Why were you giving me those hashtags? And she's just saying we need to talk about it. Okay? Very important. I'm hoping that before you leave here, you'll be able to take a picture of yourself, a nice selfie, and say you are attending a positive masculinity workshop.
We'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow.
Yes.
Today, just keep sharing the good quotes. Finally, from Polycom, the biggest organization around.
So, for me, what
There's no mic.
Yes.
Please, share the mic.
For me, what I got was the government will not come to your house to force you to implement policies. So it's up to you to make sure that you take that initiative to be able to learn and understand what the law says and be able to know how can you navigate such situations.
Serikali's idea. You remember the famous Serikali's idea? She's just reminding us that the government will not walk into your house. And I think that's very important. For us as participants here, we want to walk to the government. We want to walk into the villages, okay? Finally, we look at the last and very interesting session we've had about sports. The session on sports. What take home do we have from it? It's been, I know you are asleep, most of you, but I'm sure half of you are still awake. I think it was a very important session on sports and child protection. Can I have 3 reactions to that, then we close the meeting? 1, 2, 3. Yes? Is it working?
My key takeaway is that we need to be advocates. Like, we need to go back to our schools and other institutions that engage children in sports, and we try to analyze whether they have safeguarding policies. Then another thing, like, we need to also open their eyes. They need to be mindful of the people that they call to train these children, because most of those trainers are the ones causing abuse to the children, and now the children will fear to report because of the trainer or the captain.
Thank you. Let me ask a question. I don't want to ask you. Is there anybody here in the room who has ever seen a child who has been abused in sports? You raise your hand. If you've come across a child who has been abused in sports, I don't have to say you, because if I say you, I'll be somebody else. I'm not saying you. Let's raise our hands in sports. The rest of us, we've never known that children have never come across a child who has been abused in sports. It is news today, but now you know it happens, okay? Thank you for noting that. Yes, bro?
Thank you very much. My name is Ngomma John. I'm from Talent Express. My main takeaway home about sports is that we all wish to support our children in their sports, but it's our responsibility that first, pause for a second and ask yourself about the safety of your kid as he or she pursues the sports.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. If you are called a Kesa, those are very important people. Let's clap for them. We have very good points because we are going to give the hardest. I had another hand over there. Okay, you have the mic. Just speak.
Okay, for the last session, he says we have to access the clubs. Since we are advocates, we need to identify that whether the clubs have safeguard and policies. If they don't have, then it has to be devolved so that it protects the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Please let this discussion continue. I know all of us have something to say about today. And I think the best thing you can do to us as you live here, make sure you share with somebody something you've learned in this workshop. Okay? Please, if you don't share, we shall know. We shall use AI to find out. If you don't share, we will not allow you to come here. Tell somebody what you have learned, okay? Because I know all of you are successful people, okay? Sindio, being in this workshop has made all of us successful. And somebody said, successful people have got two things on their face. I don't know what the two things are. Okay? They have a smile. Oh. They have what? Two things on their face. They have a smile to solve problems. The problems you are talking about here. Have a smile to solve the problems. And they have silence to avoid the problems. Okay? Very important for us as we live here. Let us live here as very successful people. Share with somebody what you've learned here. And tomorrow come prepared even for more loaded workshop. Today it was just a start. Tomorrow is now the apex. Tomorrow is where we want to finish up the workshop. And I want to thank all of you for being attentive. None of you was sleeping. Some of you didn't come for lunch. Only a run away. No, you've stayed up to now. I know Nairobi traveling is a problem, but you stayed until 5. But we tried our level best to make sure we fit this program before 5. Yesterday we were struggling at night. How shall we fit all these things in the day? We even thought one session will go to tomorrow. But I think we thank God that we managed to time. Thank you, Binisuma and your team, Kanga, all of you who we sat down and worked on the program yesterday. And I want to thank all of you that you are very important people and you add a lot of value to this workshop. And we are looking forward for you to multiply some of these ideas that are here and take them to even higher levels within your organizations, within your counties, within this country, within the continent, and even global. So thank you very much, and may God bless you, and I hand over to the mother. Let's clap for her. She
Thank you. You're going to get some logistical announcements. We've actually come to the end. So we say Esha and Kai. Ashe. Ashe and Kai. You know what it means? Thank you, God. You can say it in your, how do you say it in Southern Sudanese? Thank you, God. Huh? Say it in the microphone. There's a microphone there.
Shukran Allah.
Aha. And from, is it Ethiopia? Ethiopia, how do you say it? Okay, so that one. That's what it ends. Thank you, God. Swahili asante Mungu. Somebody else from another country. I can't even repeat it. I will and butcher it. Which country? Uganda. Please share. Where is the microphone? Please share. Tell us. Tell us. How do you say, like at the end of the day, like today? Thank you, God.
Where were they from?
Okay. Please repeat again.
Where were they from?
That. Which other country do we have? Is Mali here? Yes, get the mic. Give them the mic. We want to hear today from the different countries. Where is Mali? Okay, which other country? Mali. There's the mic. Okay, at the end of the day, like today, you say, thank you, God. What do you say in your... I hope it's easy.
Alaniche. Alaniche.
Alaniche. Yeah, you see that one is a bit. Thank you. Which other country? Are you represented? Oh, Kenya. Okay, please say which one you want to choose because there are many. So you're hearing is the only one who's just saying it loudly. Please give him a mic. Let him say it in the mic. On the mic here. Here's a mic. Here's a mic. There's a mic. That's Kenya representation.
You'll come on the side.
So that's reading speed. And please remember that Kenya has 42 tribes and the rest were quiet. Please note. So as we get our statistics from Becky, tomorrow we start, we're starting at 9. But can we all be here by 8:30? I like the way adults agree. Yeah. Tomorrow, we're sneaking in at 9:30. Let's promise each other tomorrow to be here. You know what I want us to do? I want us to leave on time. Today we overshot our time because we started a bit late. Let's be here by 8:30 so that we kick off at 9. And then, I know we are all going back to our organizations. Go share this. It's live streamed and recorded on Facebook. Please write this down. The page is, and it's important because you will want to go back to some discussions, write some notes if you missed out on something. Horn of Africa Youth Network. That's the Facebook page. Horn of Africa Youth Network. That's where we are streaming from. The whole day has been streamed live, so you won't miss anything. And you can encourage your friends to go on there if there's a discussion you really want them to listen to. I would like to welcome Becky to come and wind up for us with some logistical announcements. Is Becky in the room? Oh. Please give her a clap. You know why I want you to give her a good clap? She's the money person. Yeah, give her a good clap.
Good evening, everyone. I go by the name Rebecca Idewa. I'm the Administrative Secretary of Kenya Alliance for Advancement of Children. I first want to start with the registration forms. Kindly, if you have not signed on any list today, make sure before you go, after you take tea or before you take tea, just come and at the back door, at the back there, I'm seated there, and make sure you register. On transport reimbursement, we'll do reimbursement tomorrow. This is for ECPAT sponsored participants. Those who are coming from Kwale, Mombasa, and Homa Bay, they will see Peggy after tomorrow's session. Peggy, just stand up. Yeah, she's the one who will do the refunds. Those who are coming from Kajiado and Nairobi, they will see Glenn tomorrow after the session. Glenn, just stand up. Yes, and I'll be handling the guests. I think that is it, and the international participants. They can also see me as well. Thank you.
So thank you everyone. Before you leave, please have a cup of tea as you visited Becky. Karibuni. Have a good night. See you tomorrow at 8:30. 8:30, not 9 or 9:30.